Before we get started, Andrew's going to give us a little safety briefing.
Morning, everybody. Andrew Wilson, the Executive Director of Safety and Security here at TriMet. Quick safety brief just for us today. We're going to, if ever there's a time where we need to call a pause to the hearing for whatever reason, we'll look to the board chair to make that declaration. And at that point in time, I just tell everybody we'll direct you to Pat Williams, our Director of Security there, who will take you to a designated room around the corner. So you'll be exiting that door. I don't anticipate that. Hopefully that won't happen, but it's just good for us all to be aware of the plan in case Chair Simmons needs to make that decision. So, and with that, I will give it back to Nancy.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. My name is Harmony Quiros. I'm the chair of the Tax Supervising and Conservation Commission. Welcome, everyone, to this annual hearing. The TSCC is a community oversight commission established by the Oregon legislature. The commission oversees the budgets of all TSCC member taxing districts and annually conducts a thorough budget review and certification process. Additionally, the TSCC holds public budget hearings to engage with district leadership and provide additional opportunity for public comment before budget adoption. I'll now ask my fellow commissioners and the staff to introduce themselves and state if they have any conflict of interest or business relationships with the district. We'll start. Go ahead, Matt.
Good morning. My name is Matt Donahue, second year as a TSCC commissioner, and I do not have any conflicts with TriMet, and I ride the 17 and the 72.
Good morning. I'm Margot Norton. This is the beginning of my 8th and final year on the commission. I think every year we start the hearing season with TriMet, so it's nice to be back with friends again. I am retired. I worked for government throughout my professional career, last as the CFO at Metro, and I have no conflicts of interest with the district.
Good morning, everyone. My name is James Offsink, he, him. I'm the vice chair of the Tax Supervising and Conservation Commission. This is my 8th and final year, like Margot. When I'm not here with TSCC, I work at OHSU as an IT project manager, and I don't have any conflicts with the district.
Good morning, everyone. It's nice to see you again. My name is Mark Wibold. This is my 6th year with the TSCC. As you have heard us say, we're going to lose some important folks here soon. We'll be recruiting, so. My professional career has ended in June. I'm now retired, like Margot, and I was a senior policy analyst with the President's Office at Portland State University, and I have no conflicts of interest with the TriMet, and I ride 17 as well.
Good morning. I'm Allegra Wilhite, Executive Director with TSCC, and I ride the 15.
Toonie Betchart, Budget Analyst with TSCC.
Good morning. This is my 4th year with TSCC. My 2nd year as chair. I work in K-12 science education, curriculum and assessment development. I ride the new division line, most recently on a field trip with a bunch of 3rd graders, which works well for those too. Would the district representatives please introduce themselves?
Thank you. Hello. Good morning, everyone. Kathy Way, and I represent Clackamas County.
Good morning, everyone. Ozzy Gonzalez. Welcome to District 2. I represent District 2.
Good morning. I'm Linda Simmons. I'm the board president, and I represent District 3. And this is my 2nd year as board president, and I'm retiring from the board soon. And so next year you'll have someone new.
Good morning. I'm Lori Bauman, District 4, Southeast Portland, and I'm in my 8th year on the TriMet board, and this is my 2nd to the last meeting.
I'm Laverne Lewis, and I represent District 6, and I love Max, and I ride Max.
And good morning. I'm General Manager Sam Dessou. I've been at the organization for 4 years. This is coming up on my second year as a general manager.
Good morning. I'm Shelley Devine. I'm General Counsel, and I'll be writing 10 today.
We'll go from there. Before we begin, I'd like to acknowledge the district's receipt of the Distinguished Budget Presentation Award for its fiscal year 2022-23 adopted budget book. Congratulations to the district. We'll start with some brief introductory remarks from the district, after which we'll hear public comment. Then we'll ask questions and discuss the budget with you.
Good morning, and thank you. Thank you, board, for being here. Thank you, commissioners, for being here, just as well as the public. Board Chair Curis and commissioners, TriMet's approved fiscal year 2024 budget of $1.92 billion includes $817.3 million in day-to-day operating requirements and $322.3 million in capital improvement. The proposed budget supports the agency business plan. This is the guide that we use to align financial decisions with our agency vision, mission, and values. As President Simmons will mention this morning, our priorities for the coming year includes transit services, capital investment, electrification, equity, and access. Now, I want to take a closer look at what the budget aims to achieve in each of these categories. Under transit service, in addition to maintaining current levels of service, TriMet plans to begin restoring service hours that were cut in 2020. So all of you transit riders, I love that. We will begin restoring service hours that were cut in 2020. Due to ridership declines from the COVID-19 pandemic, and in 2022, due to the historic operator shortage. The FY24 budget begins to roll out plans from our Forward Together concept, which was formed by community engagement and developed to better serve riders. Also, to serve riders, especially with limited incomes. The first package of service change is scheduled to begin September 2023. Under the topic of transit equity, inclusion, and community affairs, since TriMet expanded our Honored Citizen Fare in 2018, nearly 50,000 Oregonians have signed up to ride for significantly less based on their incomes. The Honored Citizen Reduced Fare, which is also open to seniors age 65 plus, people on Medicare, and people with disabilities, cuts the cost of riding monthly and annually by as much as 72%. In addition to these programs, TriMet FY 2024 budget continues to support riders who are struggling financially through alternative access transit programs. These programs provide millions in support for local nonprofits and organizations to get free and reduced fares to riders who need them. On capital investments, in the coming year, TriMet plans to complete most of the remaining construction for our Better Red Max extension and reliability project. Once finished, the project will improve reliability on the entire MAX system by adding new sections of tracks near Gateway Transit Center and the Portland Airport, and extending Red Line to the Fair Complex station in Hillsborough. For the climate, this will be a big year for TriMet as we accept delivery of 24 new battery electric buses. This reflects our first bulk purchase of electric vehicles since adopting our plan to fully transition to a zero emissions bus fleet by 2040. At TriMet, we are committed to serving our region, supporting our customers and employees, and being good financial stewards of taxpayer funds. For FY 2024, our budget is balanced and required by law. However, expenditures are anticipated to be greater than resources, and TriMet will draw on the excess fund balance as a result. This is one of 3 predetermined scenarios that TriMet has traditionally followed to maintain a balanced budget. With that, I'll turn it over to our Executive Director of Finance and Administrative and our Chief Financial Officer, Nancy Young, to provide comments to the questions you have submitted. Thank you for your time this morning.
Before we begin our questions, I'll now call on any members of the public to provide public comment. Each person will be limited to 3 minutes, and we'll let you know when you're nearing the end of the time. Do we have anybody signed up?
We did not receive any signups for public comment. Did the district receive any signups for this hearing this morning? No, so we have no public comment this morning.
Okay. Great, we'll dive into our questions. I have the first one. We know that rider fares don't pay the bills, but that ridership is a key public perception about how the transit system is doing. We also know that the return to office is still slow. What is your best thinking on ridership recovery? Will ridership return? And what incentives and persuasive techniques are working for TriMet to encourage more riders?
Thank you, and I think Sam's going to.
So, Chair, I'll start off here with that, and then I think Nancy and I we're gonna tag team this question and talk back and forth with each other. But I'm really excited to inform all of you that ridership has been steadily increasing, up to a level of 64% of 2019 as of March 2023. Ridership on some of our frequent service lines, I heard several to 17. It's even higher. It's up to 72% of pre-pandemic ridership. We're seeing that ridership gains in the middle of the week with more office workers returning to work. This is a great sign, given that our service levels have been down by 22% for the past year compared to pre-pandemic service levels. But we expect system ridership to continue to rebound. Ridership patterns have changed from what they used to be. So in general, we expect work schedules, particular for office workers, to continue to be in flux currently. Additional ridership patterns continue to show ridership demand growing in the midday on weekdays and also on weekends, with less concentration on the weekday peaks. So the morning AM rush hour and a PM rush hour has really kind of fizzled and faded away a little bit. TriMet has completed an extensive bus service restoration plan, including extensive public engagement that's called Forward Together, that adjusts our service based on these new travel patterns that are there. The first set of improvements are being voted on today at our board meeting, right after this meeting here, and if approved, will be implemented very soon. The overall Forward Together plan improves service throughout the district. It focuses on areas where ridership gains can be expected. A couple of call-outs. We're going to have 8 new frequent service bus lines running every 15 minutes or better, most of the day, every day. The extensions of our bus lines to new areas, more weekend service, and a reallocation of service away from historical low ridership areas to areas where ridership potential is greater. With the full implementation, 50,000 more residents will be within walking distance of TriMet service on the weekdays, and 110,000 more residents on weekends. Additionally, the number of jobs reachable by the average resident will increase by 49%. So we are very excited about this. The upcoming May 28th, 2023 service change includes some of the changes that are expected to attract new ridership. The creation of a new frequent service line, the line 17, Holgate, and we're going to bring adjustments to running times for several of our bus lines that will help ensure on-time performance based on post-pandemic traffic. So more service and more frequent. TriMet has continued to invest both in cleanliness, safety and security, and 2 other key factors to help encourage ridership. We will continue to hire more service workers with the goal of cleaning every vehicle every night, plus deep cleaning every vehicle every 30 days. Finally, we continue to expand our safety and security workforce through our safety response team and by increasing our numbers on our customer safety supervisors. There are some elements of this recovery that TriMet can control, and we are actively working to address that. But then there are other elements that we're working closely with our partners to get people back on transit. Partnerships are critical for TriMet. We are carrying out transit priority treatments in our roadways at intersections like our Better Bus program, our bus-only lanes, our signal priority, to make sure that transit vehicles aren't getting stuck in traffic and making transit a more competitive mode choice. We're working hard to make transit that attractive choice.
One point to also emphasize is just our businesses and our footprint calling for employees to return to in-person work. And that will also have an impact on our ridership numbers as well.
I have a brief follow-up. We've noticed a budgeted increase for special events, promotions, and other activities. Can you tell us a little bit about what you hope to accomplish with that additional budget?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so as you see those increases, we're looking to provide extensive outreach to our riders in the community, helping them better understand the HOP system, how to obtain a card, how to load their card, how to utilize that card, making it easier for our riders to get on the system. In addition, we are doing extensive outreach to the low-income fare program and increasing our ridership and the availability of that. And John Gardner is here also, who can speak to some of the outreach that we're doing with that program as well. You want it? Yeah, John?
Good morning, TSCC. Yes, so we're doing a ton of things, especially with limited English proficient communities. What we'll talk later about in terms of how we've made sure the proposed fare increase has been communicated equitably is we've seen a huge opportunity to engage more riders in different ways where they live so they understand how to really navigate the system. But that's going to take a lot of partnerships that we built a lot on when we did the outreach for service planning and the proposed fare increase, but now we want to continue to invest with them, and they can help us create programs to help folks ride and navigate on their terms. So that's what you're seeing as sort of outlined in the budget.
Thank you very much. That's a good segue to our next question, which is about the fare increase. We know that this is going to be discussed today. And we wanted to have an opportunity to talk about the driver for increasing fares at this moment, and then talking about the balance, I guess, between some reductions in service, although I know that now kind of service is being added back. Thank you for the detail giving us on the first answer. And as ridership changes, we're just wondering kind of what all those all the factors are and what alternatives were considered before deciding to propose a fare increase.
Yeah, as we look at the fare increase, it's really important to understand both our revenues and our expenditures. So as we look at TriMet's major resources, which are driven by our employer payroll taxes, federal formula funding, as well as our passenger revenues, everything has increased with the exception of our passenger fares over the past decade. In fiscal year 2019, it was the first year that our total resources did not keep pace with our system requirements. And at that time, staff started reporting that we would potentially see a financial deficit as we moved forward. Then the pandemic hit, and we received some of those one-time only resources through the federal stimulus funding. That has bridged the gap for TriMet to continue to provide the service, even though our ridership was low. As we look at that, we look at all of our possible revenue streams for funding. Also, an additional contributor to our resources is the amount of competitive grants that we have received. Since 2014, we've received more than $1.2 billion in competitive grant funding. Our diversification of our revenue sources has allowed TriMet to maintain a AAA rating now for several years. We're very proud of that rating. And so as you look at those resources, we need all of those components to continue to increase, and that includes our passenger revenues. You look at the other side of that coin, and that is our costs, the costs of providing service and increasing those, all of the options that we have. We put in the Orange Line, the Portland to Milwaukee line. We are purchasing electric vehicles and all the infrastructure that goes along with it, and it comes with a price tag. And so we are balancing our resources with those expenditures. I know that Sam wanted to add something.
Absolutely, thank you. In the past 10 years, passenger fares are the only TriMet resource that has not increased. So 10 years, I want to point that out, remain stagnant in the midst of rising costs and additional service. TriMet has added service. We've opened the Max Orange Line running from Portland to Milwaukee. We've added electric buses. We've added the associated infrastructure. We've increased our transfer time from 2 hours to 2.5 hours. We've expanded the low fare income and our student fare program. We've implemented a hop system with fare capping, and we've implemented many safety and security initiatives. The inflationary cost drivers continue to be escalating costs and the need to invest further in our state of good repair. We also need to have the ability to sustain service. And if inflationary costs continue to rise with revenues not keeping pace, the agency, we may be forced to consider service reductions in the future. So it's critical to us moving forward. We have a deficit that is on the horizon, and we as leaders, we want to take the fiduciary responsibilities to make sure that we push that out further to be able to provide service to our communities in all 3 counties to make sure that people are put in positions so that they can succeed by us providing transportation services for them.
As we look at the alternatives, Sam already has mentioned some of the triggers that we've put in place, from the fare capping. We've increased the transfer rate to 2.5 hours. We've implemented the low-income fare program. All of these are alternatives. In addition, another alternative is to not increase fares. And in fact, TriMet has played that alternative for the last 10 years. As we did so, at least in part, there's always been a reason not to increase fares. And there will always be an argument not to increase fares. But by choosing that alternative, which is roughly about $5 million a year in annual passenger revenue, the agency would not be receiving those funds, and that amount has a continuous escalating factor in our long-term financial forecast. Currently, even with a fare increase and a bottom threshold for a commitment on state of good repair, the agency could look at a fiscal deficit as early as 2030. If we were to invest in state of good repair at the level that we really need to, the fiscal deficit would hit TriMet in fiscal year 2026. Therefore, we believe a fare increase is necessary for this agency. So will disapproving a fare increase alter our agency right now today? No, but it will have an impact on our customers and our employees in the long term.
Thank you very much. It's a really holistic answer. It seems like some of the at least in past years, the criticism of increasing fares has been about pricing people out of being able to ride. And it seems like a decision has been made to target, to introduce a low-income fare and to expand some of the other fare alternatives. And I wondered if the district could talk a little bit about, how you balance the factors, and particularly like equity factors, when thinking about an increase for everyone, but also increasing kind of the targeted fare reduction programs versus, maybe keeping fare reduction programs at a lower level and also reducing or eliminating of an overall fare increase.
Great question. And again, John Gardner coming back. So we did a lot beginning in November to partner with communities to really understand how this potential fare increase would impact those most vulnerable to the system. And so we've been very lucky and focused on making sure we're hearing from community-based organizations. So back in November, we began working with 66 culturally specific organizations from across the Tri-County region, right? So they were the ones who held the open houses. They were the ones who had the events that ultimately allowed us to hear from over 5,000 riders and stakeholders. And then we direct marketed to our reduced fare program participants, the vast majority who've given us their emails to give us their feedback as well, or our Riders Club. So we've spread this challenge and this upcoming decision to 200,000 folks in terms of impressions. So of course, no one wants to see cost increase, but that's why when you look at our mitigations, we're proposing no fare increase for a monthly capping. So today, if you're an honored citizen, if you're a youth, a low-income adult, or a senior, or someone with disabilities, you will still pay only $28 a month to ride the system, which is still, again, 72% off the cost of fares. We've indexed our cost across the rest of the country, and we still feel like we have one of the most equitable fares for any public transit agency, especially with our reduced fare program. And within the budget, I think you'll see an additional $15 million of fare subsidy that we're pushing out to also try to reduce the burden of a proposed fare increase, while still being able to generate revenue to make sure we have a sustainable system. Because the only thing worse than not increasing fares is to have an unsupported transit system for transit-dependent riders. So we feel very connected. Obviously, we heard a lot of pushback, which makes sense. No one wants to see their costs increased. But we were able to have those conversations across 10 different languages over the last 5 months. And so we feel like we're being very responsive in the most equitable way possible.
Thank you. So you mentioned that without the fare increase, you would see deficits in FY 2026. Could you talk more about what the impact on services would be to move your budget back into balance if the fare increase doesn't go forward?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so if the decision is made to forego a fare increase, the first thing that we would do is actually pull back our adopted budget resolution in the May board meeting, as the budget does have the fare increase embedded in it in both our resources and requirements. And so we pull the budget back, we would remove those elements, and then we would resubmit for an adopted budget in the June meeting. Sam?
So failure to raise fares will also slow our ability to fully implement the Forward Together plan mentioned earlier, which is specifically designed to increase ridership by addressing changed travel patterns and widen easy access to public transit. So disapproving the fare would have an impact on our customers as we evaluate the level of service enhancements and expansions to be implemented or pushed out to a future date when a fare increase passes. Again, delaying this increase will also cause a larger fare increase later. And not approving the increase would definitely impact TriMet service plans, as all passenger fares are used for service. And this could lead to a delay and restoration of service hours and service expansion in the future. And we know expanding service and increasing frequency is going to be the key in our overall ridership recovery plan.
I've known Nancy for quite some time. So you rang my bell when you said long-term forecast. So no fare increase for 10 years, relatively modest increase on the table that has yet to be determined. So focusing on your operating costs, fares, payroll tax, your federal formula grants and other types of grants. Let's talk about the long term. We're here specifically to consider your one-year budget, but so 5-year horizon maybe, or you even pushed out to 2030. So what do you see with your primary operating sources, fares, payroll tax, grants, and are there any other operating revenue possibilities out there?
So it's always a challenge to find a new revenue source. And if you look at TriMet's portfolio currently, we receive funds from our employers, everyone in our footprint. They pay the employer payroll tax. Okay? In addition, you've got employees now paying the employee payroll tax through the state Transportation Improvement Fund. We receive federal funding, formula funding, that's based off of our ridership, boardings, and our operating costs. So we automatically get that every year based on our services. And then, you know, after that, as I mentioned earlier, we go after discretionary grants. And we are quite successful in that endeavor. So now we've looked at federal, and then we've got employees, we've got our businesses. We also look to state and local opportunities to partner with others as we bring forward different projects in the community. So as we assess the overall need for that additional revenue, and we look at our expenditures in the future years and the service levels that we want to provide, while also addressing state of good repair, we continue to explore further opportunities as they come. We've looked at everything from, is there an opportunity to get a continuous stream, say, of lottery funds? So far that answer has been no, but we continue to knock on that door. So we continue to explore those opportunities. And we continue to partner with those in our community. But as you can see, we've hit kind of every main resource that is possible. And as mentioned earlier, all of those resources have continued to increase over the last 10 years, except for our passenger fares.
So you are in deficit financing this year, as Mr. Dessous said, expenditures exceed revenues. How long, I mean, so in the 5-year horizon, is that going to continue?
Mm-hmm.
How long can it continue? What's the impact of that?
When COVID hit and we realized it was immediate, it was like a light switch, right? All of a sudden your ridership is down because we've issued stay-at-home orders. And so all of a sudden nobody was out on the system, nobody was out on the streets. TriMet purposed to cut spending significantly so that we could increase our unrestricted fund balance so that we could carry forward those funds into the future to address those pending shortfalls that we saw coming. And we have been very successful, very prudent in our spending by only going forward with those things that are absolutely necessary. So we cut back on things like, hey, there's no travel, and you know, we've got to really look at those purchases and stretching that dollar. And collectively, as an executive management team, we've done a very good job of doing that. It was with purpose. As you know, our policy is to maintain a 2.5 months operating reserves. And if you look at it and do the calculation, we're significantly above that, but it was with purposeful intention so that we could move those funds forward so that we don't face a deficit today, but we've got some reserves in the bank so as we go forward. So currently we are anticipating, depending on the amount that we spend on state of good repair, that we can get to approximately fiscal year 2030. Based on what we know today, there's some unknowns out there that we will have to adjust for as we move through the calendar.
Safety and security is a key driver in increasing ridership back to, you know, where we were pre-pandemic. And I know that, or we know collectively as the TSCC, that you've been making some code changes to make that happen, to make the system more safe, more secure. This budget makes investments for safety and security. We've seen that. And so our question is, what difference should transit riders that I should see when I get on the 17, employees and the general community expect from these investments?
Yeah,
I'm going to start off with you, Andrew. And
all right, we'll come back over. All right, thanks for that question. We appreciate questions about safety and security, appreciate your ridership. Thank you for your service on this board. Our region, like the country, continues to face challenges of hiring law enforcement, as you're aware. In response to this, TriMet continues to increase our unarmed security presence. For riders, they're seeing more of a security presence while they ride our buses and trains. And we're not just working with increasing our unarmed personnel, but also increasing the tools our security personnel have to address code violations and reduce security-related incidents. TriMet is pursuing additional technological security advances for surveillance to make our transit system safer. This includes better monitoring of our access control, real-time security reporting tools for riders, and other enhanced crime prevention through environmental design or CPTED concepts and principles. We know our riders want more of a security presence on our transit system, and we're delivering on that by having more personnel actively patrolling our system, while working to install technology that can help us monitor any crime on our system or help prevent it from happening in the first place. Any questions related to that? I'd be happy to answer.
Actually, just clarifying,
Yep.
could you expound on the CPTED principles or the?
Yeah, no, absolutely. So crime prevention through environmental design is a principled thing across construction efforts and across the country. But in our particular community, we built in the 1980s, and so we are now in some of these lines, our main line, blue line, et cetera. We're now trying to put forward new ways to access the system through access control. We've really developed our surveillance capabilities, as I presented to our TriMet board over this last year. We have now over 8,500 cameras on the system. We have active monitoring. We're moving towards 24-hour active monitoring of surveillance. We assist law enforcement with the completion of investigations. And we work with the DAs in the 3 counties that we work with to sort of solve those crimes via surveillance. But I'll say access control is a big piece of our future. We had a very open system, and we want to try to keep it inviting and open, but at the same time, we need to make sure that we're controlling access from a CPTED and law enforcement perspective. So there's a lot to CPTED. Sightline reductions, increased lighting, all those types of things, are part of that process.
Asking you,
Yep.
so my experience with access control, I just had one this morning when I tried to get in this building.
Yeah.
I don't have the swipe card, right, to get
Right.
in. And in my world, previously, you had to have one to get in to
Right.
anything. So that was access control for me.
Yeah.
What do you mean by access control?
It's a good
Could you
question.
clarify
Yes.
that?
So we're piloting some things. In fact, we have a pilot going in June related to elevators, right? So our elevators are in very difficult shape at times, which is hardest on the most vulnerable ADA passengers that we serve. And I say that because our elevators are often, have behavior inside of them that make them very uninviting. I'll just say that. And I think you can imagine if you've lived in Portland and you've seen elevators, that sort of thing. So one of the things we're piloting right now is using your hop card, even without any money on it, to be able to grant access into that elevator. You can't get in without the hop card, an active hop card. Not just necessarily using finances or money loaded on that, but just an active hop card. Now you think about that's elevators, but where can we take that at the system? Could we do that with garages, park and rides, et cetera? So these are the kinds of concepts we're exploring and piloting. And I do think we're looking at a future where we can provide safer outcomes for folks.
Thank you.
As a follow-up to that last
Yeah.
comment, I transit through Hollywood to connect to the MAX, and I understand what you say about elevators.
Yeah.
Well, to further connect the safety discussion, let's go back to hiring and hiring incentives. When we were here last year, you talked about a new incentive program, a signing bonus for your drivers. I think we've seen the head caps on the buses still advertising those, and in fact, I think at a somewhat higher rate than what we were talking about last year. So you have implemented a number of things to entice and expand your driver force. Mr. Deschutes talked about operator shortage again this morning. And we also have heard and read about retention of current staff because of safety issues related to the drivers. So So how are things going currently? You spoke about safety directed to ridership. Let's talk about directed to your employees and the retention of your employees. So could we start there?
Good morning, Kim Sewell, Executive Director for Labor Relations and Human Resources. So I'll take the first part of that and then turn it over to Andrew for the safety and security measures. With respect to retention, our attrition rate for this year is trending lower than it was last year. But attrition has been a few percentage points higher the last few years than it was prior to the pandemic. However, we've had great success with our bus operator hiring, tremendous success. And it's been so successful that in May, it'll allow us to start expanding our service. But we do see some safety and security challenges that may be impacting attrition, and so we are going to take some measures to try to address that and bring attrition rates back in line with pre-pandemic. And I will turn to my colleague, Andrew, to address some of those.
Yeah. No, thanks, Kim. I have some prepared comments, and then I'll, ask for questions. How about that? So our operators are a vital part of our operation, and we take their safety very seriously. And I got to commend our GM for that. Safety is the first priority at this agency. It's our highest priority, and I think that cascades down well throughout the organization. And it makes all these outcomes very difficult for us when we have a safety outcome that does not go the way we need it to. So there have been a few incidents that have garnered media attention, and we've worked with our law enforcement partners and the offices of district attorneys across the 3 counties we operate in to ensure these matters are prosecuted to the full extent of the law. But a few high-profile cases in the media, like many aspects of modern life, do not provide an accurate depiction of the reality our operators are facing. Overall, we've made steady gains. This is important to just recognize. We've made steady gains in increasing the presence on our system and facilities with additional unarmed contract security officers, customer safety supervisors, and safety response team members. In 2022, we saw a reduction in calls for police service, as well as incidents targeting employees such as assaults, harassment, and yelling at operators. So we actually have seen some momentum and some gains there, and we expect to continue those. And they've tracked with increases in presence on the system. So
I think the objective number of calls is a really important measure, but I remember that when we were here last year, I think one of the things that was key was the employee survey and kind of the employees' continued perception of their safety. And has that moved since we last spoke a year ago?
We haven't issued a new broad general survey. We will be doing that, so we hope that we will get some data that helps us look at those issues.
Yeah.
All right, so let's talk about how your staffing is going generally. Kim mentioned that your attrition rates are better, but that presumes that they still are. So how many driver vacancies do you have now? And your budget includes an addition of 95-ish FTE, presumably not all drivers, but a mix of employees. And how confident are you that if those positions are authorized in the budget, you'll be able to fill them?
Thank you for the question. As I previously mentioned, we had tremendous success with our bus operator hiring. So much so that our current bus operator staffing is meeting our current service hour needs. And that's evident by a significant reduction in missed trips and improved reliability. We will continue to focus on those efforts because in addition to the attrition we see from separation, retirement, promotions, the bus operator rank also feeds our rail operator positions. I will share that as of our April 17th data, we are down 9 rail operators based on our current service hour needs in MAX. So we are going to continue to focus on the bus operator hiring efforts. And because they have been so successful, those efforts include the hiring bonus that you discussed, a new onboarding program that we've developed, and efforts internally to support the operator experience and those attrition and retention rates that we talked about. And based on the local changing employment market, we do have a high level of confidence that we'll be able to continue with those hiring efforts to meet those service needs.
I have the next question. We're switching gears quite a bit into capital improvement projects. So you've budgeted large amounts for capital improvement projects in the last 5 years, including $322 million in this budget. Historically, the district completes about 70% of the budgeted capital work plan. Budget law, of course, requires a good faith estimate for expenditures. We know that capital projects are impacted by a huge variety of factors, permitting, weather, global pandemic, supply chain issues, lots of things. We're wondering about what the circumstances are in delaying the work generally, and how you plan on improving the project completion rate.
Thank you. Good morning. I'm Jamie Snook. I'm the Director of Major Projects in our Engineering, Construction, and Planning Group. Thank you for letting us be here. So capital budgeting is challenging, for sure. We all see that every day. And there are many unknowns when we're developing our capital budgets, particularly when we're doing it early in the planning phase. The timing of expenditures is often difficult, particularly when we're looking at identifying those expenditures 15 to 18 months before when those expenditures occur. So once a project is budgeted, we do see a variety of reasons for the delay. Some of it is supply chain, staffing, permitting, and much of that is beyond our control. But we have been working really closely with our teams to identify ways to mitigate or reduce that gap. Some of those things that we have been doing is that we're investing early on in the planning and project development phase to really focus on scope certainty, realistic schedules, and cost and contingencies to make sure that we're doing a better job early on planning for those capital budgets. Additionally, we are investing in a new project management tool to help us with that process, help us manage the projects better, focusing on key indicators and enhancing the cash flow tracking and monitoring. So we're hoping that tool will really help us develop a better process. Over the past few years, we've had some employee turnover, which I think we've heard and talked about. A lot of that is beyond our control, but we're working really hard to fill in those gaps and increase staffing in this very challenging staffing market. And we're also working on the permitting side with our project partners to expedite the permitting schedules. It's challenging because they are often going through the same pain and suffering that we're going through with the staffing challenges, but we're working really closely to develop better schedules. So with our continuing focus on the budgeting utilization, we're hoping to reduce those gap with those key measures.
Thanks, that's helpful. So it sounds like a lot of different factors going in, and so some of those, bringing new project online, trying to get people up to speed. I mean, are you expecting to see gains from that within the next year, or is that a longer term plan to kind of try to more closely budget for these big projects?
I think it's all the above.
Yeah.
So we're working really closely with our partners on the permitting. We've been doing that for the past year, and I think we're getting really good relationships built to help move that forward. We have been increasing staff. Hiring staff has taken longer than anticipated with this challenging market, but I think because TriMet's such a wonderful place to work, I say that with every ounce of my heart.
And Kim is really just giving you the thumbs up back there.
We are getting really talented staff in place with lots of good experience and bringing new ideas, and we're really excited about the new staff that we're adding to our team. We're really excited about the new management tool. Once we have that on board, we see that as a really productive tool to help us through this process. So I think in the short term, we're excited about the changes that we're making, and I think it will help us really well in the long term.
Thanks. So then shifting, which I'm sure is why Nancy is at the dais as well. So that, I mean, it seems like, trying to do kind of a more accurate job forecasting on the front end, great, and a lot of things are happening on that front. And then from the kind of budget side, we're wondering, if budgeting is typically 30% higher than expected cost, is that intentional, or what are the reasons for budgeting at that level? And have you considered splitting out into a separate, capital fund so that it would kind of more clearly track how much was being carried forward, from budget to budget.
Great, thank you. So of course, it is not TriMet's intent to budget 30% higher than what the expected costs are. And as Jamie described, there are some elements that causes a project to slow down or speed up at any given time. And Jamie has presented some good alternatives for going forward. In addition, we will be looking at better matching the available staff time and hours to work on projects and making sure that what we are budgeting, if everything goes according to plan, we will be able to fill those projects and have them done. The consideration of establishing a capital fund is a question that we look at internally every couple years, generally in response to a question such as yours this morning. And as you know, GASB 34, paragraph 104, codified in section 113, states that governmental units should establish and maintain those funds required by law and sound financial administration, and only the minimum number of funds consistent with legal and operating requirements should be established, because unnecessary funds result in inflexibility, undue complexity, and inefficient financial administration. And TriMet has elected to maintain one fund in order to maintain flexibility. Very specifically, we appropriate by organizational unit. And each one of those organizational units, as represented by the divisions, includes personal services, materials and supplies, and the capital projects for which they're responsible for. So in order to maintain that level of flexibility, we believe that one fund is appropriate. When you look at our capital improvement section of the budget on pages 278 through 280, we do clearly call out the amount of external funding that's being carried forward, the amount of TriMet general fund, the amount of TriMet general funds being carried forward, as well as our bond funds. And in the comments, we call out what the nature of that external funding is. So our process allows us to maintain that flexibility while maintaining transparency and accountability to the public.
Thank you.
Could I follow up? I do not want to discuss GASB with you. I've been retired long enough that I don't have to do that anymore. But I understand that there is an encouragement to have the minimum amount of funds necessary, but TriMet is our only district and one of our largest districts whose minimum is one. The public doesn't recognize the difficulties of how many funds, or why can't you use this restricted money to do what I want you to do. But does it not obscure the amount of available money for operations when there isn't a separation between operations and capital? Doesn't that make it more difficult for the public to understand the nature of those two enterprises?
Yeah, Margot, I appreciate the question. As TriMet is a proprietary enterprise fund, where compared to some of the other governments where, they've got governmental funds and, all the 11 different types that you can have. Being an enterprise fund, a special purpose district, does allow us to have less funds. And as far as, as we look at, should we have a capital fund or any other type of fund, one of the elements that we look at is what additional reporting would we be providing that we're not providing today? And so as we look specifically at the capital program, we measure ourselves against the GFOA's requirements for best practices in budgeting and all of the criteria and all the narrative, the qualitative and quantitative elements that we need to be reporting. And so whether that's reported in a separate fund or just one fund, we believe that we are providing all the necessary information. We also, within the budget, as you look at it, we list the divisions that totals their personal services and their materials and services as one number, and separately we report by division the amount of capital projects. So there is that division, so it's not commingled, it is called out separately.
So I'm sure we love to talk more about GASB and a number of funds, but I'm going to shift gears here a little bit to one of the new projects and initiatives that you recently implemented for Harmony's bus line over here. So this is, okay. So yeah, very, very dear to the hearts of the TSCC, apparently. The Division Route FX line, the agency's first high-capacity bus service, was introduced in 2022 in September. So 6 months later, I guess, what are your initial impressions of the FX line? Is it a cost-effective strategy to increase transit along high-traffic streets? Did it achieve your goals for this line, which we understand to be not just ridership levels, but also reducing time to downtown?
Thank you. I'm Alan Lato. I'm the Senior Director of Planning. I use he, him pronouns, and I ride the 12 and the 19. We're happy with the division route so far, the new FX2 line. First, we were happy to be able to deliver it on time and on budget, and allow folks along division to be able to take advantage of this new service. And specifically, the line introduces some new treatments that we haven't had on a whole line before. So it includes a next generation cloud-based signal priority system in a way that is pretty groundbreaking for North America, actually. It includes lane stop and other treatments to try to improve the service and the experience of our customers. And it has indeed been successful. So we've seen the travel times on comparable segments between what the line used to be and what it is now. Those travel times have gone down. And our ridership has grown as well. So we are seeing the kinds of improvements that we'd like to see. Any investment like this will often take a couple of years to fully prove itself, and so we'll continue monitoring that as we go. Some of the other benefits that are not quite as tangible but are pretty important for our riders are the kinds of improvements we made to shelters, stations, the real-time arrival signs, the additional space on board, the ability to bring bikes on board, all of the amenities and the visibility and the branding of the service to make it stand out. And we've been hearing very good feedback on our big new green buses and the service and the additional space on board. The route changed, of course, a little bit if you had ridden the division before, and we were able to add important destinations like OHSU, South Waterfront in general, and the connection to PSU at the south of downtown. And we were able to, when we delivered the project, include a large proportion of DBE, disadvantaged business enterprise. So it's great for our riders, it's good for the numbers, and it's also been good for the community as well.
So sounds like it's going very well. Based on that, does TriMet have plans of introducing similar FX routes to other places in the city? Counties, I guess?
Thank you. Thanks for that question. And thanks for riding the line, the FX2. I used to ride the 4 before the Division FX, but I'm now light rail at Hollywood. I think I heard that. Light rail at Hollywood. Yep. Or the 19. Yes, we see the FX division as a great success, and we are working with Metro and our partners to develop 2 new potential FX lines, one along TV Highway from Beaverton to Forest Grove, and the other one, 82nd Avenue within the city of Portland. So we're really excited about the planning efforts going on along those 2 corridors. We are also going to be developing what we call a bus rapid transit or a BRT system plan to look at system-wide where would we put in new FX lines to develop a whole system of an FX system on top of our existing system.
And do you have a timeline for when you're thinking the FX plan?
We have it in our current fiscal year 24 budget, and we anticipate that the planning for that will be about a year to 2 years worth of planning, and then we were working with our partners to look at what that system looks like, and then look at how we prioritize efforts, and then build off of that system plan.
Cool. I had some specific follow-ups. I know that the initial kind of targets for the FX two. I feel like one of them was to increase headways by 10%. Was that the requirement to receive federal funding from Gresham to Portland?
So
feel free to tell me if I'm misremembering that.
Well,
And let me ask. I got two. So one is like, did we achieve kind of whatever the target was? If I'm misremembering. And then secondly, you said there's an increase in ridership, and I just wanted to make sure I understood kind of what the metric is there, because saying number of people on the vehicle feels like it's not the right metric when the vehicle is now larger. So just wanted to make sure I understood kind of what was before and what our progress has been, or what you've seen so far with FX2.
Sure. So the base frequency, that is the frequency kind of throughout the day and weekends, on the previous line was every 15 minutes. On the FX, it's every 12 minutes. So that cuts the average wait time down. And the size of the bus is a nice amenity when you get on, but it by itself doesn't attract a whole lot of new riders. It's the frequency and the visibility that's doing that. But given that, the fact that we're seeing more boarding counts, more people getting on, is a sign of success, because they're responding to those improvements. And yes, we met all of the federal guidelines, of course. We always strive to be A+ students with anybody who's going to give us the capital money to be able to do these kinds of improvements.
Another planning question. So the community is talking about and considering tolling for 205 and I-5, but it's not been decided yet. One of the objections that's been raised is how TriMet will be prepared, how well they'll be prepared to meet increased demands on bus use and light rail if tolling comes and it increases the need for that type of transit. So what planning are you doing for this possibility? And does it include potential costs of increased ridership that may not be paid for by fares?
Thank you. Good morning. My name is Tom Mills. I'm the Director of Mobility Planning and Policy at TriMet. And yes, we are working very closely with ODOT and our regional partners to ensure that the new tolling policies fund projects that could be funded with toll revenue or by other state revenues. I would say that we're actually infused quite a bit throughout the project. So we sit on the Regional Tolling Advisory Committee, the Equity Mobility Advisory Committee, ODOT's Regional Modeling Group for tolling, and possibly most importantly, we sit on the Public Transit Strategy Work Group for the Regional Mobility Pricing Project. That work group, it is. Yes. That work group is made up of jurisdictions, other transit agencies like SMART in Wilsonville, and the counties and other agencies. The work group's mission is to develop a list of public transit strategies that could be funded with tolling or other revenue to offset the impact of tolling, either from diversion or to give people another option rather than driving in the tolled corridor. Additionally, I would reiterate what Sam had mentioned earlier about TriMet's Forward Together program. Much of what's in Forward Together in and around the areas that are to be tolled, if tolling goes forward, anticipates tolling. So as we were going through that process, we were thinking about what transit improvements we would like to make in the near term. We were also thinking about the possibility of tolling becoming a reality. Finally, I would mention that we will be kicking off in the new fiscal year what I refer to as Forward Together 2.0, which is more of a longer range, less financially constrained vision for what our transit service will look like. And of course, that will also have the possibility of tolling baked into it. And I would further mention that we will be including a max restoration process with that as well, because MAX is operating at lower headways than what it was pre-pandemic, and we hope to start restoring those in the coming years. Thank you. Thank you.
Switching gears a little bit to talk about your climate goals. We've heard already today about the delivery of new electric buses and the transition away from fossil fuels. Often these good policies come with very expensive price tags. Can you talk to us a little bit about how you're balancing the need to meet these climate goals with fiscal stewardship? And then also, are the costs of any of your sustainability measures impacting the dates of your climate goals, the long term?
Great, thank you. I'll start us off. So financially, TriMet is trying to be as nimble as possible. We have policies in place, including our board-adopted strategic financial plan. That's in place to help us make sure we don't get out over our skis. We're always looking for alternatives in funding. We've been looking at TIFIA loans, which we've not done in the past, and of course any new grant opportunities that's available. And in fact, we have 13 discretionary grants out right now that are pending. We're waiting to hear the answer on those. This is our highest volume that we've experienced in the agency. We've got a great grants team and public affairs team that pursues those grants. But yes, TriMet may be pushed on our climate goals due to the technology advances, but we are working to ensure that we are equipped to respond accordingly. Alan?
Alan Lecho again. To flesh it out a little bit more and then respond to the rest of that question. The planning history that's gotten us here, in 2018, our board adopted a non-diesel bus plan to start us moving towards having a full fleet of zero-emission buses. It's also a requirement of FTA for a number of the grants that Nancy mentioned, to have a zero-emission bus transition plan, something in place that describes how we're going to do that. And in 2022, last year, we developed a climate action plan that has a series of short and long-term actions to reduce our climate footprint and respond to strategies and policies at the local, federal, and state level. In the short term, at least, we have made a lot of headway just in switching to renewable electricity for our MAX and our facilities, and in switching to renewable diesel for our fixed route buses. And between the two of those, we've reduced our operational greenhouse gas emissions by almost 70%. And the cost for that, while not zero, is relatively small. It's just an increment of our electricity and diesel fuel costs. That's good for the short term. In the long term, we do need to move to different technologies with our buses. So that longer term program is to transition by 2040, if not earlier, to all non-diesel, either generally right now called for either battery electric or hydrogen fuel cell electric buses. Those do cost more. They are approximately double the cost of a traditional diesel bus. But in the long run, we expect those upfront costs to start coming down as the technology in electricity and hydrogen improves and the scale grows significantly. The projection is for the diesel prices and the zero-emission bus prices to start to come together. And so in the long run, we expect that there will be less of a gap there. So we don't have to cover it all this year, thankfully. It's a long-term plan. So our zero emissions fleet plan evaluated a number of alternatives and has chosen, for now at least, a mixed fleet of battery electric and hydrogen as the technologies improve, one that is more cost effective than going entirely with battery electric. Again, going back to the grants that Nancy mentioned, there have been a number of opportunities which we have sought and we're awaiting additional. And we have gotten some help in buying some of the first battery electric buses. So we know that there is a lot of support for us to make this change. The renewable diesel has gotten us one increment, but getting to the next increment of not having any combustion on board will help not only greenhouse gases, but also reduce any other local emissions. At the same time, we're going to be very diligent in tracking what the costs are, what the balance is in those technologies, and the opportunities to seek federal, state, and other support to be able to make that. So we're committed to keep doing that, but doing so in a very eyes open wide and very prudent manner in making that over the next periods of years to get to 2040 and reach our goal.
Follow up on that. So I hear you and do understand the wide difference upfront costs between fossil fuel buses and alternative buses. Do you see immediate operating cost differences? I mean, I would assume, I don't know because I'm not sure as far as the maintenance and repair, if working with new technology actually turns out to be more expensive as you have to, train people up. But hopefully, the electricity rate that you're getting, is cheaper than what you're getting on diesel. But I want to just understand, do the operating costs go down on the new alternate fuel buses immediately?
So the answer is that's an important thing for us to pay attention to, and there's certainly some promise for the long-term maintenance costs to actually go down. Fewer moving parts, fewer things that need to be swapped out. In the near term, of course, there's a training cost, as you mentioned. It doesn't make sense for us to assume that it would be cheaper right off the bat. In the long run, it might very well be, but that is part of what we're looking at in terms of what is the timing, when do we implement each of these, how do we phase things in.
Okay, if there are no other questions from my fellow commissioners, no. We'll go ahead and end that discussion. Thank you, staff, for your thoughtful responses. We appreciate the discussion every year. I will now close the hearing and open a regular business meeting of the TSCC. Commissioners, do you have any further comments on the TriMet budget? No? Okay. Allegra, can you provide the staff recommendations for the certification letter?
Yes, of course. First, I would like to say it's been a pleasure working with TriMet staff, as always. Not only were they prompt and thorough in responses to questions through the certification process, they proactively reached out throughout the year with questions on budget law to make sure that everything was in compliance, and we really appreciate that. So for the fiscal year 23-24 approved budget, TSCC staff found the budget estimates to be reasonable for the purposes stated and the budget to be in substantial compliance with budget law. TSCC staff have no recommendations or objections to the budget.
Thank you, Allegra. May I have a motion authorizing the commission to sign the certification letter as recommended by staff?
I move.
I'll second. This is James.
Thank you. All in favor of signing the certification letter as recommended, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. So voted. Allegra has the certification letter ready for you. Thank you again to everyone for your participation today. We always look forward to starting our budget season off with TriMet. And with that, close the hearing.
Good job.
She's ready. You know you're good.
who could not be here in person. We will first begin the public forum with those who are physically present and have signed up to testify. This will be followed by those who've signed up to testify virtually. As I call on people, I will call people 2 at a time. I'll actually call 4 at a time. The 2 that will come and sit at the table and the next 2 that will be ready. So every time we finish a testimony, I will call the next, so there'll always be 4. And the reason why I do that is that we limit the time for public testimony to 45 minutes. And we have 40 people signed up to testify this morning. And so normally we would permit you to have 3 minutes. Unless some of you want to yield your time to someone else, I'm going to have to ask that your comments be limited to 1 minute apiece so that we can stay on schedule. If you want to stay, we have public comment also when we get to Ordinance 374. And I do know that there's a lot of interest in this, and there's a lot of people who want to make comments. We've received a lot of written comments, and you're also welcome to provide written feedback to the board as well as to the TriMet staff. But we have to stay on schedule with our meeting, and we have always limited the public comment to 45 minutes. And so my first 2 individuals who have signed up, and in the order in which you have signed up, are Lane Schaefer and Connie Kapasbani. Okay. And then it's going to be Lynn Hanlon, followed by Catherine Mock. Okay, so you will be next in line. So if we can have 2 people at the table and 2 people in the wings ready, we will try to stay on topic. And we have a system of keeping you within the allotted time frame. So welcome this morning. We're happy to have you here.
Good morning, TriMet Board. My name is Lane Schaefer, and I'm a senior at McDaniel High School. I'm again here today with the Multnomah Youth Commission, representing myself and multiple other youth who have submitted written testimony because they were unable to attend today's meeting. I stand with the Multnomah Youth Commission in strong opposition to the proposed fare increase for TriMet because of the impacts it would have on my community and the broader Tri-County area. While Portland Public School students are lucky enough to have access to free transit passes during the school year, other school districts such as Reynolds, Park Rose, and David Douglas do not. The current fare price is already a burden for young people who need to get to school, extracurriculars, and employment. In the wake of COVID-19, the last thing people need is an increase in fares. Additionally, as we work to bring ridership back to its pre-COVID levels, the last thing we need is a fare increase. We should be incentivizing people to ride transit, not driving them away with increased fares that further impede their ability to ride transit. The outreach survey conducted by TriMet found that 43% of people would take fewer trips. Increasing fares would not align with Portland's climate goals of reducing carbon emissions and getting more people to utilize mass transit. We should be working towards a fareless system step by step. Recent programs have taken steps to subsidize and eliminate the cost of fares, and we should continue to improve upon that. Being able to move around the city and reach crucial resources such as food banks, libraries, and social services should not have any economic barrier. Thank you for your time.
If it's red, press it. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah. My name is Annie Capistani. I'm a bus rider, and I am also part of Extinction Rebellion, and I'm representing them today. Extinction Rebellion is a climate justice group, and they are opposed to the proposed fare increase. We are in support of Opal and Bus Riders Unite, who are, of course, also opposed to this. The fare should be eliminated completely. We need for the environment, we need a robust transit system, and it's great that TriMet is transitioning to zero emissions, so that's why we want to encourage TriMet or more people to ride the bus. Let's see. And of course, we know this is going to hit people who are already struggling financially harder. 12% may seem like a little bit to TriMet people, but it is a lot to people who are already struggling financially and who disproportionately will be people of color, because unfortunately, people of color already, due to systemic racism, earn less than white people and also are forced to take jobs that cannot be done remotely. Someone might question how TriMet's going to be able to replace the loss of fares, but fares are only 6% of TriMet's budget, and they can be replaced in other ways, such as increasing the payroll tax that we now have that contributes significantly, 10 times more than fares do. And if we increase the payroll tax to cover the 52 or 55 million or whatever it was that the fares cover, it would increase the payroll tax by only about 11%, which seems fair because the proposed fare increase would be 12%.
I need to ask you to finish quickly.
Okay, it's hard to do this on the fly.
It is.
Finally, remember that everyone was going to benefit if we have cleaner air, if we have less car crashes because there's fewer cars on the road, if we have more money to spend on things, and because we slow down climate change. So don't increase fares, instead eliminate them.
Okay.
Fares aren't fair. Thank you.
Thank you. Lynn and Catherine, there you are. Hi. And next will be Dale, Thaler, and Mark. Is it Darman? Darienzo? Okay, great. So you'll be in the wings. So welcome.
Hi, my name is Lynn Handlin. I'm with, I ride TriMet, and I'm with Extinction Rebellion. And I represent Extinction Rebellion today as well. We are clearly opposed to the fare increase. Fares are not fair. Y'all know that climate change is real. You're talking about, electrifying the buses. That's great, but what good does that do if there's not more people riding those electric buses? We need to get more people on the buses, on the trains, and out of their cars. And increasing fares will not do that. It's going to reduce ridership, as you've already heard, and that's really kind of the wrong message at this point. It does not meet the climate goals, and we need to get lots of people riding the buses. Public transportation needs to be cheaper, not more expensive. And this is increase in fares is unjust. Making the lowest income folks pay more is just wrong. Riding transit is a necessity for many, and it benefits us all by reducing emissions. TriMet has money problems. I get that. They're real. But use other more stable options. Increase the TriMet payroll and self-employment taxes. I have a tax and payroll business, and while my clients may grumble about the extra forms and whatnot, most of them would not even notice a 12 or 15% increase in that tax. That's where it should be. It shouldn't be on people that can't afford it. Okay. Now is the time to be really supporting and increasing public transportation, and this business of relying on fares is kind of old school thinking, and y'all need to be in the current world that is burning up. We need radical change.
I need to ask you to finish, and I also want you to know if you have more comments, you can always email them to the board.
I will do that.
We will receive them.
More people riding means less cars on the road. Do the right thing. Don't raise fares now. Go to a fareless system. Fares are not fair.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Catherine Mock. I'm a member of the Clackamas County Democratic Socialists of America, and I live in Oak Grove, Oregon, which puts me in District 4 under Lori Irish Bauman. Hello. I encourage the board to vote no on the fare increase ordinance, to instead progressively adjust and increase the existing payroll tax, or find a comparable income stream and to pursue a fareless transit model, preferably indefinitely or as a pilot program. With billions of dollars blown in the state each year on car-specific infrastructure, there are clearly transportation funds to be spent, but they don't seem to be prioritizing the more accessible and eco-friendly options of walking, rolling, biking, and public transit. The idea that we're looking to add lanes as part of the I-5 bridge replacement project and add a third travel lane as part of the I-205 Abernethy Bridge project while struggling to fund our public transportation system amidst an ever-increasing climate threat is a derangement of Oregon's priorities. Had a bit on Fairless Square was awesome. Wish it was bigger and was back, but I'm out of time. Appreciate that you want to keep the budget in line. So just wanted to say that. Thank you.
Thank you. Dale and Mark. And Dale, I see that you've provided some written testimony.
I did.
this-
I
this
hope
morning.
everybody gets a chance to read it since
Yes, I'll get
I
copies
came to the
the
wrong
board.
meeting evidently.
Oh, okay.
Since I only get a minute.
And after that, it'll be Cameron and Mallory. Are you here? Okay, great. So be ready to stand up and we will start whichever one wants to be first.
Good morning, TriMet board members. My name is Dale Thaler. I'm the Vice Commander at American Post Legion 2. I come from the far west reaches of the TriMet system in Forest Grove. I wish to make the case that your honored citizen fare should include active duty military and all honorably discharged veterans. It is currently designated now for the aged, the poor, and the disabled. In the Vietnam era, we had approximately 3.5 million active duty members. Now we're down to 1.4 million. In 1980, 18% of the population were veterans. Now it's down to less than 7%. The TriMet system has an extensive service network connecting Oregon veterans across the state with a vast number of services and resources located in Portland. It is a tragic truth that many veterans have difficulty integrating back into the normal civilian life. 17 veterans per day choose to take their own lives. Due to concerted efforts of many, including the American Legion's Be the One program, that number has been reduced to 22.
I need you to wrap up.
Okay, so I ask that TriMet bestow honored citizen status to every active duty member and every honorably discharged veteran. If not, maybe you should just change the name back to a reduced fare like every other organization.
Thank you.
Yeah, my name is Mark D'Arienzo. I'm also with Extinction Rebellion, the climate justice organization, and I oppose the fare increase. And it's going to affect low-income riders the most. And you should focus on no fares rather than increase in fares and find funds elsewhere. And many cities have no fares, and so Portland should follow suit. And of course, when you have fareless, you're going to increase your ridership, you're going to reduce carbon emissions, which is important. And also, you're going to maybe reduce even drivers' hassles. They don't have to worry about checking fares. So, thank you.
Thank you. Cameron and Mallory, I let you decide who goes first.
Ready?
And followed by Abby and Doug. Nope, just a second. Abby and Juan.
Sorry. Okay, Hi, I'm Mallory Bustos. I am with Soul and Opal as Succeeding Our Liberation, and I am getting my degree in public health. I live in District 5, which I believe is Keith Edwards' district. Let's see, sorry, public transit is a public health issue. I'm asking you today to vote no on raising transit fares and look into new initiatives for funding, and with the goal to eventually go fareless. According to CDC, public transit contributes to an increase in exercise of individuals and also decreases air pollution and deaths due to motor vehicle accidents. TriMet's motto is how life moves, which I couldn't agree with more. It supports individuals and community health by getting people to the grocery store, school, doctor's offices, but an increase in fares would increase the burden of accessing these necessities for our low-income and other marginalized riders. And your your own Title VI and community outreach reports have shown a disproportionate impact on these communities if there's a fare increase.
You need to wrap up.
Okay, and over half of your riders have voted against a fare increase. So yeah, our community and your community both need accessible and affordable transportation, public transportation, and
I need to ask you to wrap up.
I just urge you to reevaluate your funding. And
thank you.
Hi, my name is Cameron Chambers. I'm with Seating Our Liberation and the Bus Riders Unite, Bus Riders Union. I grew up in Portland. I'm transit dependent. And I struggle to afford to live in this city, the city that I grew up in. I also understand how that struggle impacts folks that are more marginalized than I am and more vulnerable. It is shocking to me that in this moment when folks are facing financial and economic struggle, SNAP benefits have just been cut, we're facing inflation and rental increases and unaffordability across the board. People are being pushed further and further out of the city, and it is wild that TriMet is considering a fare increase in this moment. I oppose the fare increase, and I support fareless transit. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, next is Doug Allen and Margaret, stop it. There. Doug Allen and Margaret, is it Butler? Okay. Huh? Oh, I'm so sorry. No, it's Juan and Abby. I got out of place. Are you Abby?
Yes.
Oh, great. I'm so sorry. But following the two of you, it will be Doug Allen and Margaret Butler.
Hi, I'm Teresa. I'm an interpreter today.
Okay, very good.
So we'll see how we go. Is that my turn
Okay,
yet?
very good.
Is that my turn yet?
Okay.
Hi. You go first. Hi, everyone. My name is Abby Griffith. I am Bus Riders Unite community organizer at OPO Environmental Justice Oregon. I work directly with transit-dependent people. The other day, I listened to the video that made by TriMet. Says, we listen to community and we work with community. And I feel like I haven't been heard, but been saying we listen to community and we listen to community, we work with community. Feel like, to me, like when I heard by TriMet, when I talk about like Hollywood Transit Center, the development that they're trying to put people across the busy Halsey Street, nobody heard me. Now I'm here to talk about no to fare increase, because fare increase not good for our community like myself who depend on the bus. And if I ask one of board members, do you rely on the bus to get around? Do you struggle to pay $2.50? You are not gonna say yes, because you don't struggle. You don't ride a bus. So you make a decision that impacts our community, but you don't rely on it.
Thank you.
So please help us drop in this fair proposal to help our community, because we are already struggling. I struggle to pay, you don't.
Thank
So
you. I need
thank
to
you so
ask
much
you to
for
finish.
listening.
Welcome.
Hola, soy Juan Monge.
Hola, soy Juan Monge. Hello, I'm Juan Monge.
Vengo como inmigrante a levantar la voz de mi comunidad.
I'm coming as an immigrant to lift my voice of the community, for the community.
Que usa TriMet como sistema público de transporte.
The community that uses TriMet to get around as its support system, transit system.
Para transportarse a lugares de trabajos y a sus visitas médicas.
So we use it to go to our medical visits and also to get to our jobs.
Por eso vengo a oponerme al aumento de tarifa de TriMet, ya que como inmigrante tenemos los más bajos ingresos.
Now, as a migrant, we have the lowest wages, and that's why I'm here to protest the raise in the price of riding TriMet.
Sufrimos diferentes barreras para poder salir adelante con nuestra familia. El aumento de la tarifa de TriMet nos seguirá empujando hacia la marginalización.
So what happens is we struggle to make ends meet. We are the ones who are constantly struggling and trying to support our families. And the fare increase will only push us to the limits of marginalization.
De acuerdo con Migration Policy Institute, los inmigrantes en el 2019 representábamos el 14% de la población de los Estados Unidos.
In 2019, immigrants represented 14% of our population in the United States.
Siendo los inmigrantes, éramos el 32% de la población usando el sistema público de transporte.
32% of us use the public transportation system.
Esto no es igual aquí en Portland Metro Area.
Esto es que.
Es lo mismo en la Portland Metro Area.
And this is the same rate in the Portland area. 32% of us are using public transportation.
El sistema público de transporte es un elemento de integración de nuestras comunidades.
Our system, this system of transportation integrates our communities.
Por eso, en vez de aumentar, tendríamos que mejorar el servicio de las infraestructuras.
Instead of raising the rate, the payment for our fare, we
Thank
need
you.
to have improvements in the structure, the infrastructure of the transportation system.
Thank you. I need you to.
They need twice as much time. There's interpretation.
intérprete.
Give them more time.
Que le dé más tiempo, sígale un poquito.
Después de que nos llamaron
Quiet.
esenciales y que mantuvimos la economía del estado de Oregon,
Yeah, once upon a time we were deemed essential and we were part of the economy of Oregon. We made the economy function.
los miembros del board, ustedes tienen un deber moral con mi comunidad.
You have a moral obligation to our community as members of the TriMet Board of
Y esto no es
Directors.
aumentar la tarifa de TriMet.
And the obligation you have is not to raise the fare.
Así apostar a combatir la desigualdad y reducir las emisiones de carbono en general que en tanto el gobierno de Oregon y de Portland promueven.
And to that effect, you need to work on lowering the carbon emissions and also working on any barriers to
I need to ask
inequality.
you to wrap
As a
up.
member of TriMet Board.
Es tiempo también de traer a las mesas de decisiones a los inmigrantes que nosotros viajamos también en el sistema público de transportación.
And it's time to have a member of the migrant community on your board because we also use your system of transportation. We also use TriMet.
Thank you so much.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you. Next, I have Tristan Taylor and Michael Bryant. No, Doug Allen. I keep getting this mixed up, don't I? Margaret Butler. Followed by Tristan Taylor and Michael Bryant.
President Simmons and directors, my name's Doug Allen and I live in Southeast Portland. At your March 22nd board meeting, you heard testimony from the City of Portland telling you how important a successful transit system is, helping achieve many city, regional, and state goals around climate equity, livability, and how we grow. Portland has a 25% mode share goal for transit, you were told. President Simmons has expressed a desire for a transit system that is more competitive with the automobile and will attract more riders. But as you know, TriMet is failing to meet community goals. Fare increases are not a workable path forward. No matter how much you raise fares, you will not obtain the resources you need. Your current approach ties service levels to fare box revenue, and this model is failing. You can have forward-thinking plans, but they will remain totally underfunded. Whether at the 2025 legislature, from local and regional partners, or federally, please seek out the necessary resources we need for a truly world-class transit system. Free TriMet from the tyranny of the fare box.
Thank you, Doug. That's Margaret.
Hi, I'm Margaret Butler, and I grew up in Southeast Portland. Hi, Keith. And in a transit-dependent family, and we rode the buses all the time. I spent 40 years in the labor movement and worked with workers in all walks of life who need transit and felt every fare increase. So I'm here to speak against the fare increase. Since I retired, I've been working with Extinction Rebellion, and I just want to say we have a number of really serious challenges if we're going to stay anywhere near 1.5 degrees Celsius. And every decision we make is important right now around climate. And the decision TriMet needs to make has to be no fare increase and go fareless. Figure it out, because we need it.
Thank you. Tristan and Michael. And then it will be followed by Michael Boceros and after these two. And Maya Moon.
Paz Luz Toda, wishing all peace, joy. Michael Paul Bryant. No fare increase, yes, free fare, sorry, I have dyslexia. Yes, fare free transit. Our culture values silence, and I trust that we can honor a moment of silence to think about a future where we honor all those before and after and all we do. May our transit system and every expression of movement reflect this. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, board. My name is Tristan Taylor. I use they, them pronouns. I'm here with Bus Riders Unite, Seating Our Liberation, and Opal. Currently, I'm commuting over 15 hours every week, going between Portland and Wood Village using public transportation. Just last night, I lost sleep because my bus home was canceled. 15 hours is on the low end because of how many issues with service that I run into. So hearing discussion of a fare increase feels like a slap to the face. TriMet currently has policies during certain holidays and during severe weather conditions when people are traveling to warming and cooling shelters to be able to ride the bus for free. If you realize morally that this is right because it helps prevent exposure and alcohol-related traffic deaths, this serves the community, and I implore you to expand that thinking further because people need and deserve to get to safe shelter safely every day of the year. Suffering does not take a vacation, and with the continued issue with climate change, inflation, and all of the other issues in our community, we deserve better transit. We are the public you are here to serve, and we will not stop pushing for fareless transit. Vote no on a fare increase. I'll see you next week. Thank you.
Michael and Mia Moon. And that will be followed by Hannah and, is it Loreno Murphy? Lazaro? Lorenzo. Can't read your writing.
I'll go first. Can I start?
Yes.
We want a fareless Portland. Public transit should be free for everyone. Why? You have blood on your hands. Almost 40,000 people are killed by cars in this country every year. Black, Hispanic, and people at or below the poverty line are killed at disproportionately higher rates. That number will increase if we don't support public transit, especially because aging, stubborn boomers arrogantly cling to their cars, insisting they can drive as their abilities worsen. I work as a caretaker for seniors, so I know well how they will accidentally kill more people. Many of them are poor and would greatly benefit from fareless public transit, which already exists in 100 cities. The entire country of Luxembourg has free public transit. Before my job as a caretaker, I hitchhiked around Europe for 2 years. 2 years. I visited hundreds of European cities and villages, relishing good public transit in walkable cities. I learned a ton. Quality of life is far better over there because you don't need a car to live and be happy. Access to employment, healthcare, and public amenities shouldn't be tied to a bottom line or the ability to own, maintain, and store your own vehicle. Europe also taxes the rich more. Instead of increasing fare to fund public transit, you can tax the rich too. You are opposed to taxing the rich because of neoliberal dogma, which is killing the planet.
I need to ask you to wrap
Vote
up.
no on fare increase.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Maya. I'm with Seating Our Liberation, and I'm writing to passionately express my unwavering support for the adoption of a free public transportation system in Portland As a resident and active member of the community, I deeply understand the critical role that reliable and affordable transportation options play in enhancing the welfare of our city and its residents. Having relied on public transportation for a significant portion of my life, I am aware of the challenges and benefits associated with using public transit. Access to reliable and affordable transportation is crucial for many residents to commute to work, school, medical appointments, and other essential activities. I firmly believe that implementing a free public transportation system in Portland would have numerous benefits for our city and its residents. Not only would it make public transportation more accessible to those who primarily rely on it, but it would also reduce the number of vehicles on the road, curbing congestion and lowering greenhouse gas emissions, contributing to our city's efforts to combat climate change. While acknowledging that implementing a free public transportation system would require additional resources, I am convinced that the long-term benefits far outweigh the costs. In fact, it could even spur job creation and economic growth, as it would create new opportunities in the transportation sector.
Thank you. I need you to wrap up.
In conclusion, I urge the TriMet board directors to seriously consider and explore the possibility of instituting a free public transport system in Portland. I believe that this would be a momentous stride towards building a more sustainable, equitable, and inclusive transportation system for our city. Thank you for your time.
Hannah and Lorenzo, please, and then followed by Patricia and V. Go ahead.
Hi, my name's Hannah Dressa. I'm with Seoul Seating Our Liberation. I'm here to express my disappointment in your recent proposal to raise public transportation fares. As a TriMet-dependent individual, I find it honestly disheartening that you would even consider such an action, especially during these challenging times. Many people who depend on public transportation may not have a car, myself included, may not have a car or other means, and can put us in impossible situations. This often means the difference between being able to make it to a job interview or missing it entirely, and having to choose between basic needs like food and transportation. Affordable public transportation is crucial for providing equal access to education, healthcare, and employment opportunities for everyone in our community. Furthermore, public transportation is a crucial part of reducing our carbon footprint and helping the environment. If anything, a fare-free system would encourage people to use public transportation instead of driving their cars, which could help reduce traffic congestion and emission, leading to a healthier and more sustainable community. I urge you to reconsider your proposal. Finally, you are here and you're hearing what I'm hearing, and I hope you are feeling what I'm feeling, because this matters, and it matters to all of us.
Thank you.
My name is Lorenzo Murphy. I'm with Soul Opal. I come from the community of Portland, Oregon, all my life, 40 years. I speak for the community, the deep community. I speak for the people because I am the people. The fare hikes will be unfair. A typical day for a person is 6 to 8 hours, school or a job. So 250, 280, back and forth. You know what I'm saying? Y'all do the math. A typical person is on welfare. We got the honored citizens. We got people that live paycheck to paycheck. You know what I'm saying? Y'all got vehicles. Pretty sure y'all got some of y'all got people that drive y'all around. You know what I'm saying? But I asked for no fare increase and pretty much a fairless transportation for all. Thank you.
Patricia and V. Patricia and V. Okay. They will be followed by Catherine Woods and Lee Helfen. Are you V?
Yes.
Okay. Is Patricia Kohlberg here? Yes.
Go ahead.
Hello.
Hi. Is this on? Okay.
Hey everyone, good morning. My name is Victoria Pekar. I go by V. I am a resident in Mr. Edwards' district, and I am also a TriMet writer, and I work at Climate Solutions, and I'm the Oregon Transportation Policy Manager there. And I took the bus this morning, and there was a lot of traffic. One great way to reduce congestion in the city of Portland, as you know, and around the world, is to focus and prioritize accessible transit options. If we're focused on making sure that we are fixing the gap, the operations budget gap, increasing fares is never the answer. It's just not enough to bridge that gap. So what we're doing is clinging on false solutions that will only hurt people who are transit dependent, who are low income. And what we need to be focusing on, as you've heard all morning, is fareless transit. There are ways to get there, and we should be looking at kind of more different options, for example, like congestion management, getting grants from PBOT, the federal government. There's a lot of opportunities out there, and we need to think, we need to shift our paradigm. We can do it.
Good morning. Thank you for this opportunity to testify today. My name is Patricia Kullberg, and I am a retired primary care physician and public health official and lifelong bus rider and train rider. What I want to talk about today is making public transit free, not exactly a radical notion. Elimination of fares puts money into poor people's pockets, but there are many, many more community-wide benefits to a system-wide elimination of fares. Reductions in greenhouse gas emissions, air pollution, traffic accidents, traffic congestion, and noise pollution. Increases in housing options, physical activity, and fuel efficiency for the community as a whole. Easier access to work and school, to healthy food, to recreation for both residents and visitors, elimination of fare evasion, faster boarding, and reduced conflict between drivers and riders, enhanced sense of social equity and community belonging, not a small benefit. This is a public health issue and climate justice issue. Thank you.
Thank you. Catherine Woods and Lee. Following these individuals, it'll be Arianda and Josh.
I'll go ahead and get it started.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Sorry about the delay.
No, that's okay.
Good morning. My name is Lee Helfand. I use they, them pronouns, and I'm the Executive Director of Opal Environmental Justice, Oregon. You all do not represent our communities. This board doesn't listen to the needs of the most marginalized among us, and the proposal for a fare increase demonstrates a lack of accountability to and care for transit users. This board is inherently undemocratic. Unlike Metro councilors, you all are not elected to the positions you hold today. Our communities have tried to engage in the appointment process, but we are routinely denied any real opportunity to weigh in on the makeup of this board. Prove to us that this governing body is accountable to our communities. Your own survey and Title VI analysis demonstrate that a fare increase hurts our communities. All of you say that you care about community input. You say you care about values such as equity. If you pass this fare increase, you are all hypocrites. And demonstrate again that this board is undemocratic and even worse, perpetuating violence against the most oppressed groups. What is the point of reports and community engagement if you don't listen to the results and don't care about our communities?
Thank you. Thank you. I need to ask you to wrap up.
Oh, okay, I'm just gonna wrap up real quickly, thank you. Opal and BRU have been fixtures in TIAC, the Transit Equity Advisory Committee. We participate in these monthly meetings and continually ask for change. We've asked for agenda setting power, a process to make policy recommendations to the board, and action towards a fareless transit system. We have participated
I
in
need to ask
TIAC
you
retreats.
to conclude.
John Gardner and I even did a presentation over a year ago about the importance of going fairless. It is clear after many years of engagement and activism, committee seats, and PowerPoint presentations that this board has no intention of going fairless.
I need to ask you to wrap
Do
up.
not respond to our testimony saying a Fairless Research Subcommittee is being formed. We are highly aware, but good ideas go to subcommittees to die. It will take political will and leadership from you all to make this happen.
Excuse me?
You must use your vote and your positions as appointed representatives to make the changes our communities need. You all do not represent our communities. This board doesn't listen to the needs of the most marginalized among us. And the proposal for a fair increase demonstrates a lack of accountability to and care for
I need to remove you.
However, if you all choose, this moment can be a turning point. Listen to our communities, vote down the fair increase, make transit truly equitable.
Excuse
and
me,
find the money elsewhere
you
to
are out
go
of
fairly.
order. You are
Thank
out
you.
of order. Hello.
Hello, my name is Catherine Woods, and I wish you to vote no on this proposed fare increase. It's the wrong time for a fare increase. I wore my HOP pass. I have to spend money to pay now. I will be at an unpopular stance because I don't believe TriMet should or needs to go fareless. I believe we need to pay for what we get. And I also believe we're not getting what we're paying for currently. The pandemic took a lot out of TriMet. The pandemic took a lot out of riders. You don't have the rider base that you need. You don't have the system abilities now that you need to even think about a fair increase at this time. If you're going to do any more fare increases in the past, and I have ridden TriMet since the early 1970s when 35 cents was the base fare and 10 cents for people with disabilities. And now we have this huge fare and we have huge other bills because everything costs a lot more than it did. And raising the fare now only turns away people that you need as new riders.
Thank you, Catherine.
Please vote no on this fare increase. Thank you.
Josh and Arianda. Kristen and Sinina will be next. Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Ariadna Falcon Gonzalez, and I'm the Getting There Together Coalition Manager, known as GTT. GTT is a multicultural, multi-generational coalition that centers and uplifts the voices of those most impacted by transportation inequities through education, advocacy, access, and leadership. GTT supports TriMet going fareless and opposes a fare increase. All possible funding alternatives need to be explored before introducing a fare increase. Fares are unreliable revenue. The board needs to commit to an in-depth examination of all other potential funding sources. GTT supports the adjustment and augmentation of the TriMet payroll tax to increase equity and revenue goals for TriMet. The Title VI analysis and community outreach reports highlights that this proposal will have a disproportionate impact on low-income communities and communities of color. It is unacceptable that those who are already struggling most will be the ones who bear the brunt of TriMet's financial burden. In addition, transit-dependent communities have shared that this increase will have a large impact on their ability to use transit, and they are not in favor of it. In conclusion, I urge the TriMet board to reject the proposed fare increase and instead implement a fareless system. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Josh Laurenti. I'm with Opal Environmental Justice, and I'm here in solidarity with transit riders speaking out against this proposed fare increase. 1 cent or 30, any increase in fares moves community in the wrong direction. This proposal is on the table because we are in hard economic times, and that's as true for TriMet as it is for the people who will be forced to pay this increase. You are looking down the road at a budget deficit and pushing a fare increase knowing full well the damage it'll do to communities of color and low-income riders, damage indicated in your own Title VI analysis and outreach report. But it is not too late to reverse course and listen to your riders who are demanding that other options be examined. And if you were to demonstrate the bold leadership to seek out those other funding opportunities, community will rally in support because this is our system too. Transit is a human right, it exists to serve the people, and we the people do not want this increase. Rather than being here to testify against your proposal, you could be bringing people to the table to find the path ahead that actually makes transit more resilient, more accessible, and more equitable. And towards that goal, there is no just path for a fare increase. It is a dead-end disservice to the people who rely on transit the most. It is a disservice to the working people who have kept your ridership from falling lower than it already has. Because that's the people who will pay this increase. So I ask this board to not just hear, but listen to community, vote no on this proposal, bring us to the table, and let's work together to build the transit system that is actually resilient, reliable, and in my opinion, fairless, because that is the system that our region needs, and that is the one that future generations deserve.
Thank you.
Transit is a human right, and it is critical to climate justice, so please act like it.
Kristen and C. Nina are next, followed by Ellie and Tristan Isaac.
Good morning, board. My name is Kristen, and I live in Mr. Keith Edwards' district. As a transit-dependent person, I'm on the bus a lot. Most days I see people who can't afford the fare. I see people stressed out about their 2.5-hour pass about to run out. I see people paying in quarters, literally just on Monday, paying in quarters, paying in dimes, worried that they don't have enough. I don't know if they did. I don't know if the driver just let them on anyway. Everyone needs access to transportation, no matter how much money we have or don't have. I understand that in the minds of you guys, raising fares probably feels reasonable. Everything else is going up. But what about the people this is actually going to hurt? The single mother fighting for a raise and only being able to get 50 cents more an hour, if anything. All of these cost increases disproportionately hurt poor people. You guys have an opportunity to say no to yet another economic attack on low-income people. Instead of squeezing more money out of people who literally don't have it, you could seriously look at other ways to generate revenue for our transit system. You could raise the business payroll tax on highest earners. Ms. Mary King put forth some fantastic resources on how to raise revenue without hurting people who are already struggling to feed their children.
Thank you.
Vote no on the May proposal. Don't increase our fares. Fund fairless transit. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Nina C. Kung. I am here to urge you to vote no on the fare increase. I live in Southwest Portland, Commissioner Simmons' district. I have visual impairment, which means that I have to rely on transit as my only transportation. I am a person of color, an immigrant, and also a low-income resident. TriMet's own Title VI equity analysis concluded that the fare increase proposed by ordinance number 374 would have a disparate impact on riders who are minority and would impose a disproportionate burden on riders who earn a low income. That's me, as well as my fellow community members and residents and constituents in the districts that you represent. So I am here to urge you to listen to us, to make sure that we are not put out on the street because of additional squeeze on our income. This morning, OPB Radio has announced that the food prices have risen 19%.
I need
and
to
there's
ask
also
you to wrap up.
Equity, there's also increases on our utility, on our fuel, and everything. So this does not help us. Our wages do not increase by this much. And so as a total combined effects, this will really put us in jeopardy.
Thank you.
I urge you to vote no on fare increase.
Thank you. Ellie and Tristan Isaac, followed by Amber and Joshua.
Hello, my name is Ellie. I use she, her pronouns. I'm here before the board once again to testify against the fare increase proposal and urge the board to vote no on adopting this ordinance. You have heard overwhelmingly from this community that we are not in favor of this proposal. You have seen the equity analysis conducted by TriMet staff showing the disparate impact this ordinance would have on low-income communities and communities of color. You have seen the community outreach report that showed the majority of transit-dependent people will experience a large impact on their transit use from this fare increase. And you have heard countless testimonies from folks from this community all saying that this increase would actively hurt us. Instead of responding to that feedback with false solutions and mitigations, perhaps listen to what we are trying to tell you. Increasing fares is not acceptable to us, regardless of the mitigations you proposed. Your customers, as you all love to refer to us as, are telling you that increasing fares will make riding and accessing transit more difficult. TriMet's stated goal for fiscal year 24 is to increase ridership. It is therefore completely nonsensical that this board would move forward with a proposal that will actively decrease ridership.
Thank you. I need to ask you to wrap up.
I'll end by posing a question to Directors Simmons and Irish Bauman. I ask, is this the legacy you want to leave behind when your term limit expires next month? Is this the reputation you want to have when you look back as your tenure as a TriMet director? That during a period of historical inflation, you chose to increase fares, effectively creating a dynamic where everyday folks now more than ever will have to make the choice between buying food, paying rent and their bills, and getting where they need to go. Vote no on this increase.
Thank you.
Good morning. Good morning, members of the board. Is this on? Okay. Morning, members of the board. My name is Tristan. I'm a transit-dependent rider. I think I'm in Keith Edwards district. I'm also the chair of the board of directors of Opal Environmental Justice Oregon. In the midst of multiple economic crises and an economy ravaged by a global pandemic, countless working-class people struggle to recover. Rent hikes and price gouging by greedy landlords and corporations are driving thousands into poverty, debt, and homelessness. You could scarcely pick a worse time to raise prices on an essential service like public transportation, yet that's exactly what TriMet you are aiming to do, all while doing everything you can to avoid public scrutiny and accelerate the process with minimal outreach. On the board's agenda today is an ordinance that would implement a 30-cent fare hike starting in 2024. Proponents claim that without raising fares, the agency would be pushed into a budget deficit, leading to layoffs and service reductions. While such cost-cutting measures would be a disaster, it's hard to ignore that despite being flush with cash, TriMet has been forced to implement unprecedented service reductions over the last few years due to an operator shortage driven by decades of mismanagement and hostile labor relations. The truth is, raising fares would have little positive impact on TriMet's overall finances and may incur serious consequences. According to TriMet's fiscal year 2023 budget, passenger revenue accounted for roughly 7% of the total funding. Between administration, collection, maintenance, and enforcement, the cost of collecting fares is barely covered by the fares themselves.
Can you wrap up?
If the plurality of public feedback on the fare hike proposals to be believed, many would ride transit less if a fare increase were adopted. Far from shoring up TriMet's finances, a fare hike is likely to lead to an overall loss in ridership and fare revenue. If TriMet's administrator is truly concerned about the financial health of the agency,
I need to ask you to summarize.
I will. If TriMet's administrators are truly concerned about the financial health of the agency, why limit the discussion only to that of fare hikes? TriMet is a public agency established by legislative action more than 50 years ago and charged with operating a public transit system in its district. It is in effect a municipality unto itself with a board of directors appointed by the governor.
I need to ask you to end.
I am.
Well, I've asked you now, this is my third time.
Within its boundaries, these directors, that's you, have broad authority to pass laws and raise revenue from a variety of taxes, levies, and bonds, many of which have yet to be tapped. Ad valorem property taxes, business license fees, and graduated net income tax.
Tristan, I'm going to ask you to leave the room.
In addition to, I have one more paragraph. Are all on the table in addition to intergovernmental funding agreements and increased state-level transit investment. Rather than facing a shortage of resources, what TriMet truly lacks is accountable, progressive leadership. Agency bureaucrats are more interested in operating the district like a private corporation rather than a public agency. When riders are customers, forcing people to pay at the point of service is only logical. However, TriMet TriMet is not a private corporation. It is a public agency almost entirely funded by tax dollars.
Guys, other people have had an opportunity to say
Let him finish.
No.
We all pay for TriMet long before we ever step up to a ticket machine.
Ask him to remove.
Rather than hiking fares, on already cost-burdened families who rely on transit, I urge this board of directors to reject the proposal for a fare increase and instead direct TriMet staff to explore more equitable, sustainable funding sources that don't criminalize poverty, reduce accessibility, and harm the most vulnerable. How dare you, Linda? How dare you?
Madam Chair, may I speak?
No, we don't speak
Okay.
during this.
All right.
Could you turn the mic around and on? Amber and Joshua? Yeah, because we've still got about 10 or 15.
Do you want to go first?
Go ahead.
Hello, my name is Joshua Phillips. I've lived in Portland since I was a young adult, and I'm a frequent transit rider. I'm here representing myself as well as Sunrise PDX. The most important elements of transit are cost, convenience, and safety. A fare increase will hurt all three of these categories. It runs counter to your goal of sustainably providing safe transport options for citizens, and I urge you to abandon the fare increase. Why? Passing a fare increase does absolutely nothing to address the root causes of low ridership, and it will only hurt current and future riders, with numerous groups in your own survey having said this. Low ridership is the opposite of sustainable, whether you're getting your funding from fares or taxes or anything in between. Everybody here in this room today, we're all pushing against the fare increase that's on the agenda, but we support a vision of fair and accessible public transit. We want the same outcomes. So let's find a way to do this together. And let's get a fight on the agenda that we could get behind and show up and support you on and not have to block you on.
Thank you.
So the transit or the payroll tax that was mentioned today, that's something that people here could show up and support you on and not fight you on.
Thank
So
you.
don't, yeah.
Are you ready to testify?
Yes. Yes, hi. Good morning. My name is Amber Cook. I'm a local author and artist, income tax preparer living in the Montevilla neighborhood. Keith Edwards is the director of my district. I own a car, but like half of what I do is public transportation. There's a lot of stress driving in road rage and high traffic situations. So I partly depend on TriMet for my transportation. I am here today to say a big no to a fare increase. And I'm with Hannah when she says that I'm dumbfounded to find that this is even being proposed, and I want you, the board, to vote no on it. The community studies presented to you all say the same thing, that higher fares increase inequity and decrease ridership, while raising fares violates everything from the Title VI equity mandate, the city's climate change work plan, the Oregon State Climate Action Plan, and even the Federal Inflation Reduction Act. Other studies show that increasing fares will not cover the needed deficit, but that a small progressive payroll tax will. The barely noticeable payroll tax on higher incomes is more reliable and stable, as ridership can go up and down due to the many factors. And the last thing I'll say, I'm a tenant organizer in a low-income building, especially post-COVID, so many are hamstrung in their lives because they have no cars and no money for the bus. How can they work and get access to resources to get back on their feet if they can't hardly get anywhere? How
Thank
many
you.
thousands more will be stranded this way if fares cost more? Thank you.
We have 4 more individuals, and then we're going to take a break. And then we'll do the virtual presentations after that. So next is V and Alma, followed by Pedro and Robin. V. Oh, they signed up twice.
No, I think that was a different. Well, I signed up and you didn't call my name.
What's your name?
Jay?
I don't have you. I have Robin, Pedro, Alma, and V. Paycar.
You want to just go for V? Yeah. You should just go for V. I'm already next on the list. You can go up.
Quería darlo en inglés para que te diera más tiempo de...
Como tú quieras. Cuando me necesites, nomás me ves y yo hablo. She's going to speak in English.
Okay.
And if she needs me, she'll just look at me.
Okay,
Yes,
very
thank
good.
you. Okay.
Okay.
Okay. Good morning, TriMet boards and directors. My name is Alma, and I have been member of Washington County over 20 years. I'm here because I'm against the rate increase. Migrant and community of color, we are the most affected because we don't have fair wage like people with privilege. The increase in the fare is a negative impact for those of us who use the bus to go to work and school every day, and who live on a minimum wage day in, day out. Adding like this is an increase of the rent and for housing and food. This will cause a negative emotional impact because we know that today we are expecting an increase on the mental health crisis on people. And this increases in vulnerability and pollution. The immigrant community are the one who use the bus the most, and we don't have voice. And 1 minute is not enough to express other reality. I propose that you look for better solution in making routes to place where the people live and work and they don't have transportation. Thank you for your time and vote no for the rate increment.
Thank you. Pedro and Robin.
Before you start my time, I just need to note that I emailed everybody on the board regarding interpretation for today about a month ago, and I never received. Oh, okay, great. Well, good to know. Sorry. Is there somebody else who's going to be here with me?
Yes, Robin.
I'm going to read for Robin.
Just make sure you stay within the allotted time.
Thank you, Linda. Thank you.
Pedro.
Hi, my name is Pedro. I've made public comments these last 2 months virtually, and it is my pleasure to be here in the flesh with community advocates to state our opposition to the fare increase proposal. I'm going to share my experience about being transit dependent and poor in Portland. 5 years ago, I could not afford rent and groceries. So what did I do? I stole food from my food service job and from grocery stores to make sure I can pay rent. And at the same time, I was avoiding the fares. I dipped and dodged the fare transit, the fare checkers, and oftentimes I gave them a fake name and I lied to them about my address because I'm not paying that ticket. Moving forward, May 26, 2017, I was waiting for transit like any regular day, and it wasn't coming. And then I got the news on my phone that was the day of the wacko white supremacist Portland Mac stabbing. And what did I do? I waited for my train and I moved on. And now in the present day, what are you going to do this upcoming May 26? I'm facing a bunch of boring bureaucrats who continue in an inequitable process, and I fear that these comments are being made in vain. If the fare increase proposal goes through, I will not pay. I will continue to ride the transit system and use it just like the public library system, and I will encourage my community to not pay and avoid transit, and continue to lie to the fare checkers about the transit proposal.
Thank you.
Vote no on the fare increase. We're watching you, especially you two, Linda and Lori Irish.
And I'm reading for Robin Sack, a 17-year-old high school student who takes the TriMet bus to school every single day. I have the privilege of having a bus pass provided by my school and do not currently have to pay for the transit that is helping me get my education. But as I am nearing graduation, everything is getting so real. I'm not just talking about college and summer internships, I'm also talking about transit fares. Soon, I'm going to be a full-time student, but in college, with no time for a job, and just as frequent in need of transit to take me where I need to go. But with transit fares increasing, I will have to worry about how frequently I can take the bus. I am just one of many people who will be impacted by this fare increase, and many more will be hit harder than me. Fare increases will hurt the communities that need transit the most, don't have access to cars, and are low income or houseless. Portland's frontline communities do not deserve that. TriMet must go fareless. Not only will it allow folks who can't afford to ride transit even more, it will incentivize others who don't want to pay for gas money, live close to their work, or are too tired to drive. I urge TriMet to go fareless. Thank you.
Thank you. We're now going to take a break for 10 minutes and come back at 10 to 11. virtually to provide some public comment. And so I'm going to now go to those who've signed up for virtual presentation this morning. And I'm going to start with Mary King.
Hello. Are we ready?
Mary King.
Hello. Are we ready?
Yes. Hi, Mary. Yes.
Great. Thank you very much. Good morning. I'm Mary King. I'm a professor of economics emerita at Portland State University, and I appreciate the opportunity to testify today. This is a moment for bold action. Addressing climate change is urgent, and economic inequality is at historic levels. Fares were already a relatively small part of TriMet's budget before the pandemic. Pre-pandemic revenues can be replaced equitably by adding 2 higher tiers on TriMet's payroll tax, an additional 1% on salaries over $200,000 and another 1% on salaries over $400,000. The number of people with salaries in this range is just growing. Revenue estimates from the state's Legislative Revenue Office at the request of State Rep. Con Pham indicated that for the pandemic, when revenues were much higher, a tax like that would cover fares easily with money left over for higher driver wages and potentially speeding up electrification of the fleet. Money would also be saved from fare collection and enforcement, as well as administration of the discount programs. Boarding times would be faster and driver headaches reduced. We could increase the Rider Ambassador program to support the entire system, riders and drivers, in place of fare enforcement. So I urge you to go fareless, as many cities around the country have done. TriMet should be leading our community toward a livable future. We're proud in this area of our environmental and policy leadership. We should join the rest of the cities in the U.S. and around the world with fareless transit. Thank you.
Thank you, Mary. Next, we have Tana Hendricks.
Hi, my name is Tanner Hendricks. I am a member of the Democratic Socialists of America. I am extremely worried as a 30-year-old about the future, what it may hold in terms of climate change. Doing this would be an attack on young people and low-income people. We won't forget it. Maybe civil disobedience would be necessary if you did increase this. Widening highways only incentivizes more cars. And it's never worked. It's never fixed traffic. We still have traffic every time we do it. If any of you have servants, they may not be able to reach your home if you increase this fare. So, and with that, I'll yield my time.
Thank you, Tanner. Next, we have Wendy Lawton. Wendy?
It would help to unmute. Good morning. My name is Wendy Lawton, and I serve on the Fairview City Council, and I'm a member of the East Multnomah County Transportation Committee. I'm here to strongly encourage you to make the Halsey Line 77 a frequent bus service line, providing 15-minute bus service 7 days a week and extending some trips to the Troutdale Reynolds Industrial Park will get people to work, to play, and to school faster and significantly improve our economic and community development efforts here in East County. Line 77 is a vital connection between Fairview, Troutdale, and Wood Village. It connects the industrial park to our town centers, and it connects us to Portland City Center. This bus service is a vital community asset, and we need more of it. 6 years ago, Fairview, Wood Village, Troutdale, and Multnomah County adopted a strategic plan for Halsey Street that's aimed at creating a thriving Main Street to create more jobs and housing. Improved bus service on Line 77 is essential to those plans. New development is happening all along Halsey and will add many new residents. Many of these residents will be young people, working families, and people of color. Right now, 70% of my neighbors in Fairview, Wood Village, and Troutdale who live in and around Halsey and a half-mile radius are low or extremely low income, folks that are most impacted by public transit. But there's not just future demand, but current demand. 2 English-Spanish open houses have been held in Fairview since last fall, and 90 community members provided input on TriMet's plans, and we heard really strong support for improved service on Line 77.
Wendy?
Yes.
I need you to wrap up. We had to reduce the amount of time for public comment today, but I would recommend that you provide your comments in writing to the staff, because so that they can take in consideration.
Yeah, I just
you.
wanted to say thank you for your consideration and for giving me an opportunity to talk with you today. I've already submitted written testimony.
Great, thank you. Thank you. Brent Norman is next.
Thank you. My name is Brent Norman Jr. I'm a native Portlander, and I would like to first off begin with stating that the current practice is very discriminatory. There are those of us that pay their fares, and we're paying for people that don't pay their fares. So why should we pay? Personally, I believe that this should all go fareless. That way, everybody is being treated fairly. And furthermore, the last fare increase also happened when there was an exorbitant pay raise provided to Neil McFarland, the general manager. Why was this? Why should we pay for an abuse of the salary? That's totally wrong. So I'd like to also thank everybody that kept to the time limit, and a sarcastic thank you to everybody that disrespected everybody else and went over. Thank you.
Thank you. Veronica, is it porous?
Yes.
Hello.
Yes. Hello. I'm Mexican adult woman, later in life autism diagnosis. I'm a TriMet writer and honored citizen. I don't have a car and don't want to buy a car. Car ownership puts people further in debt with car maintenance, insurance, car loans, car theft, and the person would need to replace their own car. Fareless systems are real. Corvallis has a fareless system. If they can do it, so can we as Portlanders. The money should be coming from our corporations. Nike, Intel, Amazon, Apple probably aren't paying their fair share of what they should be paying due to tax loopholes. And instead, the poor and working class are expected to foot the bill. Tax the corporations, not the poor and working class. Thank you.
Thank you. Vanu, you're next.
Thank you and good morning. My name is Vanu. I'm a rank and file Teamster and a member of the Portland chapter of the Democratic Socialists of America. I come from an immigrant, low-income family, and I've been transit dependent my entire life. I think the evidence is clear that TriMet needs to face the facts here. The Title VI report obviously makes clear that increasing fares is going to, cause a lot of harm and working people shoulder the burden and cost of raising fares. Who will always have to make tough decisions when cost of living goes up between whether they can make it to a job interview, see their doctor, buy groceries, or pay a bill on time. The other thing that hasn't really been discussed is that one of the most bloated expenditures in TriMet's operating costs is on securing bloated, police contracts or security contracts. The connection between fares and criminalizing the poor who are just trying to get a ride is very stark. And by making TriMet fareless and removing and ending these police contracts by implementing a rider ambassador program with that are good union jobs with people who are trained in de-escalation, who actually can provide solutions to what many working people face, is a far more equitable solution to this crisis. So I think that TriMet needs to try us. I think the evidence is clear. I think that most people here have spoken that going fareless is righteous public fairness. Thank you.
Thank you. Mercedes? Okay. Michael?
Good morning. Thank you for your time. Portlanders already pay for public transit 3 times through federal, state, and local funding. TriMet tax revenue is budgeted to be 7 times greater than passenger revenue, and it's actually 8 times greater than passenger revenue. So fares aren't even a viable source to collect more revenue. Stop charging extra for something that we are already paying for. Go fareless. Boston's fareless bus routes decreased travel time and more than doubled ridership over the past 2 years. Security incidents actually dropped 17% in Denver. This isn't even a bold new model. Portland already lags behind Boston, Denver, Washington, D.C., and Kansas City, as well as our neighbors in Canby, Wilsonville, Sandy, Corvallis, Olympia, Tacoma, Walla Walla. Public transit is a public good and should be accessible to everyone. If you want to increase accessibility and build ridership, remove the barriers. A fareless model would create a virtuous cycle. Increased access will build ridership. Increased ridership will create greater social appreciation. Increased appreciation will merit greater public funding. Increased public funding will lead to more routes, greater frequency, and a better TriMet for everyone. Make it impossible for Portlanders and visitors to say no to public transit.
Thank
Go
you.
fareless.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Kyle?
Certainly. Good morning. My name is Kyle Chipman. I live in Southeast Portland, and I'm here representing the Oregon Sierra Club. I'm also a regular rider on TriMet's bus system. I'm here today to voice my opposition to the board's proposal to increase fares for riders and instead voice my support for fare-free transit. Providing fare-free transit opportunities for local residents is a key component in creating a more socially just and climate-friendly world while simultaneously increasing access, ridership, and efficiency. Other transit agencies have found success with fare-free transit. A pilot project in Boston found that ridership increased by nearly 40% on bus lines with free fares. The Olympiad Transit Agency reduced operating costs by eliminating fare collection systems on fareless rides. The shift also supports ambitious climate goals that have been set by Portland, TriMet, and the state of Oregon. A fare-free system will reduce air and climate pollution by decreasing the number of cars on the road. Increasing fares works against these commitments and goals. Please vote against increasing fares and instead create a plan to identify a funding mechanism, potentially through interagency partnership, that can provide free ridership. Thank you so much for your time and consideration, and have a wonderful day. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. With no other individuals signed up from the public to testify at this time, I'm going to close the public forum and open the business meeting. Let's start with board reports. I'd like to first invite Director Edwards to provide an update from the latest meeting on the Committee on Accessible Transportation that we oftentimes refer to as CAT.
Thank you very much, Chairperson Simmons. And I apologize, I did not bring my report, but I do have a report today, but I will submit my written report later.
Okay.
But we discussed mainly, the first thing we talked about at the CAT meeting was the fare increase, of course, that's on everyone's mind, and everyone's mind today as well. And we talked about the impact of that, and I appreciated the fact that the CAT members were coming to testify and submit written testimony as well regarding the fare increase. Another major issue that was really talked about was the elevator issue, especially the one at Hollywood, and the fact that it's oftentimes inaccessible because of other issues that are outside of really TriMet's purview. But the good thing is that we have a pilot program that's going to be lasting, and the CAT committee was really looking at that to be extended, hopefully, beyond the 30 days that the pilot program is going to run, because that's not enough time to really ascertain what the issues and concerns are going to be so that they can be addressed properly. Also, we talked about field trips. And field trips sounds like something elementary, but it is something that's very important in regard to accessibility. Because if you don't go out in the field, it's basically you're making decisions based on theory rather than making decisions based on actual life experience. And so that was a major concern that was brought up as well. And we're looking forward to having some field trips so we can go out and see exactly, and have staff and those that are doing engineering go out and also make decisions based on their experience out in the field, not just making those decisions and then having to come back and change things and make those difference. Also, those field trips are important because of some of the stops that that the TriMet currently has, because some of those areas, the environment is not good. In other words, you may have a mobility issue, and you're getting off at a stop, and it has gravel, and it's not conducive to someone that has mobility issues, and certain other improvements that need to be made as well. Lift efficiency was also discussed, and there was a concern there because, and that needs to be evaluated and is being evaluated also. And we do have, we've added, actually, TriMet has added other companies that are going to be helping with the lift experience, simply because we have folks that have, and they're rare, but they do happen, that sometimes our folks are waiting 45 minutes for a pickup. And when that happens, there needs to be some things that aren't happening. And so we're going to be working on that and continuing to make sure that we have those improvements take place. That concludes my report, unless there's any questions.
Thank you, Director Edwards. Director Gonzalez has a question.
Yes.
Thank you, President Simmons. Thank you for the report, Director Edwards. I guess it is a question. It's a request. Really fascinated by the conversation about the field trips. I think there's a lot of learning that can be had from them. I would encourage you to extend an invitation to the board. I'd certainly love to go on one of those. And I would encourage anyone that's on the transit planning side or on the capital improvement side to consider going on one of these. They're really eye-opening to see the world through the eyes of someone with mobility impairments or physical impairments.
Yes. Thank you, Director Gonzalez. And that is really the main point, is to make sure that staff has a better understanding of those disability issues. So thank you for sharing that.
Thank you. We next move on to an update provided by Director Kim on the Metro Policy Advisory Committee. Director Kim?
Thank you. I was not at the March AMPAC meeting due to a personal event, but our staff, Ms. O'Brien, was able to attend on my behalf and take extensive notes for me, so here it is. At the March AMPAC meeting, Metro first provided updates on the Supportive Housing Services Program and Affordable Housing Bond Program. The presentation shared how the implementation of Metro's Supportive Housing Service Program has compared to its projected targets, with metrics on permanent supportive housing replacements, placements, rapid rehousing placements, eviction and homelessness prevention, and shelter units. Metro also shared the progress of Metro's Affordable Housing Bond Program, displaying the project's current pace towards benchmark goals, as well as detailing the project's locations and available units. The committee then discussed the upcoming 2024 Urban Growth Management Decision to consider if there's a need for expansion of the region's urban growth boundary, also known as the UGB. The committee heard about the outcomes of previous UGB expansions, as well as how growth is occurring in the region's existing urban centers. Planning will incorporate housing and land needs, employment forecasts, and economic aspirations, and an urban growth report to inform the potential need for additional land within the UGB. The evaluation will likely focus on tailoring the UGB decision to consider lands that do not have serious barriers to development and could be utilized quickly for future growth. AMPAC will be responsible for advising the council throughout the process. AMPAC then heard about Metro's new vision for the Expo Center. Last year, Metro put out a request for expressions of interest for public-private partnership to redevelop the Expo Center site. Metro has chosen to retain some of the Expo Center property as a community center while building out its capacity to hold sporting events and gatherings, a decision made due to Oregon's thriving sports industry. AMPAC meets again tonight, and I look forward to attending. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Kim. Do any board members have any questions? Seeing none, we now move on to Director Way, who will provide an update from the Transit Equity Advisory Committee. Director Way?
Hello. Good morning, or good almost afternoon, everybody. So I just want to first acknowledge, just before I jump into this report, which will focus more on just some of the conversations and presentations that we're having around fairs. That I just want to first and foremost just thank the public for coming out today, this morning, to take time off to come and be at this board meeting. So I just want to say thank you for being here. I want to listen to your voice. I think your testimony and your comments are, the reason that I am on this board is to listen to community. So first, I just want to acknowledge the thanks for just coming out here in what can be sort of an inconvenience time for you to show up and testify. So thank you. So I will just start with the TIAC report in April. So so we celebrated new affordable housing units, Fuller Station apartments, which is really exciting. There was a lot of community conversations that were happening around, the unfortunate fatalities that happened around Cleveland High School this year. And so this has resulted in some changes to Line 70's route, removing the need for students who live south of Powell to cross which removes the need for students who live south of Powell to cross the street on foot. And a lot of folks were just engaged, from our state representatives to TriMet to PBOT to you name it, were really involved in the discussion to how to make that particular crossing for students and communities safer around Cleveland High School. So thank you for showing up to those meetings. And then I'm just going to go and jump right into the two reports that that the TIAC committee members received around the fare increase proposal. So we received an outreach report presentation from Jennifer Kuzer from our team about the fare increase proposal. That outreach report is linked publicly, so anybody can go and look at her the PowerPoint on this fare increase proposal. This report was also presented us to the board last month by JC Vanetta. And then we also received a Title VI report, which we will later hear more about today, which is a preliminary report and mitigation strategies that if the board approves the proposed fare increase, that TriMet staff and our partners will work on a series of mitigations to ensure that Title VI concerns are addressed. So now, the conversation and the discussion that we had with TIAC members around this fare increase, I would say just as an observer and a board liaison, was interesting. I think a lot of the concerns and issues that some of our members had talked about in the committee were brought forward today in testimony. So I won't repeat it, but one of the things that folks continue to ask us is, again, just this, impact, right? Disproportionate impact to people of color, low-income folks, if the fare increase were to happen. So that was sort of a common theme. And there was also some issues that were discussed around the current payment system with using the HOP card. So according to TriMet, 85% of payments are paid with the TriMet HOP card. However, some people want to pay with cash, and HOP card could be sort of a hard thing in terms of technology and resources for other folks to access. And I believe that it's also only available in one language, which is English so far. So there's several accessibility issues that are happening with the HOP card that needs to be resolved. And then there were just some general questions about how can we get more people involved in the current fare relief program. Some folks cited, again, language issues, accessibility issues, or just quite frankly not knowing enough that there are, different programs that are out there to help them pay for fare. And then last but not least, members in discussion with just, the ongoing discussion around fares have really sort of prompted myself and some of the other TIAC members, as well as staff, to really carefully and thoughtfully think about creating a work group to look at everything that is related to fares. So this particular work group is being, put together right now. We've spoken to General Manager Sam Dessou about the possibility of, again, bringing folks at the table. This is an ongoing concern from community, is that, the board is just not being responsive, right? We're just not listening to community when it comes around concerns around fares. So this work group is not the by-all, end all for anything. This is really just the first steps of starting a formal conversation with anybody who would like to be involved with fair relief, fairless systems, and other approaches that are being explored by other agencies and other states. So I just want to put on the record that, that this work group will begin monthly meetings in May to, again, explore external resources, i.e. funding, fair mitigation models, current fair subsidies, as well as other fairless systems and approaches being explored by other agencies. This group will present preliminary findings to TIAC in December 2023 or January of 2024. So I just want to put on record that there is a formal process that is taking play right now to make sure that concerns that have been being raised by community are being addressed in a venue, in a channel. And I also want to say that we are looking for recruitment. So we are looking for, all of you who are excited about fairs and wanting to keep, working on what are different, models that we can explore. Please join this work group. Amparo, if you can raise your hand, we are recruiting at this minute. So this is what community engagement is about, right? Is being responsive to you and saying, hey, we're going to start somewhere. So that concludes my report. I look forward to having more discussions and entertain any questions that committee members may have.
Thank you, Director Way. And Director Gonzalez has a question.
Thank you. Thank you, President Simmons. Thank you for the report, Director White. The work group, for those that are online and aren't here to snag your Amparo today, is there a way for folks to chime in if they're interested in the work group? Could you help us understand that?
I don't know if can staff come up actually, because I know that I got an email about like, hey, we're starting this work group, like please sign up, here's a doodle poll, we'll figure out the meeting times and frequency. But I don't know if staff want to come up and clarify that process. And thank you.
Good morning. So what we're doing right now is we're sending out emails. Oh, thank you. Good morning. My name is Amparo Agosto, and I am the manager for community engagement programs here at TriMet. I sent out emails to our TIAC groups, and our Committee on Accessible Transportation were invited first to this committee. Of course, we do have open spaces for members of the community who want to join in. If you would like to find how to contact me, you can go to TriMet and Equity, or you can look up TriMet Transit Equity Advisory Committee. My information is listed online. It's Agosto, AGOSTOA, at TriMet.org. So reach out. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. So now we're going to move on to the final board report today, and it's going to be provided by Director Irish Bauman, who's going to provide an update on the Tax Supervising and Conservation Commission meeting that was held earlier today. Director Bauman?
Yes. Hello, everyone. For those who were here early this morning, you heard the TSCC hearing. TSCC is the Tax Supervising and Conservation Commission. I'll just give you a very brief rundown of that meeting. General Manager DeSue opened the meeting by describing TriMet's budget for the upcoming fiscal year and various features, including plans for increased service. The members of the commission then had several questions for TriMet staff. TriMet staff responded on issues including ridership recovery, the proposed fare increase and fare relief and mitigation efforts, budget projections given some of the current funding issues, safety, security, and operator staffing. And in addition, there were questions about capital projects. Finally, at the end of the meeting, the commissioners of the TSCC voted to sign the certification letter, and they expressed satisfaction with the TriMet budget, and that is the end of my report.
Thank you, Director Bauman. I don't see any questions, so at this point, I'm going to move on to the general manager, who's going to provide his monthly report. General Manager DeSue.
Thanks, President Simmons. Good morning, members of the board, staff, and the public. Also, thank you all for being here. This morning, we're going to share timely information on our March ridership numbers. We'll do a wrap-up on the reimagining public safety efforts, and we're going to show how this initiative has been incorporated into TriMet's safety and security efforts going forward. We'll do a briefing on operating systems, our performance for quarter 3 and quarter 4 of 2022. I'll provide you with information about a pilot that we're planning in hopes of increasing elevator reliability. And we will give you an update on the Hollywood Hub, and we'll share a milestone in our ongoing effort to help people on a low-income ride at a reduced fare. And then finally, I'll officially introduce you to our interim Executive Director of Maintenance Operations, Dan Blair. So let's start with our March report here for ridership. Another positive sign. You'll remember that March marks 3 years since the start of COVID-19. The lockdowns that drastically dropped transit ridership here in Portland and around the world. Last month, we saw our highest ridership month since March of 2020, and it was just over 5,087,000 rides in a month. It was the second month since the start of the pandemic that we saw more than 5 million rides in that month. The other month was October of 2022, when we provided approximately 5,032,000 trips that month. Our overall weekly system ridership was up 15.5% over last year. And for March 2023, TriMet system-wide ridership has returned to 62% of the pre-pandemic levels. So great news as we continue to move forward there. Now I want to turn to reimagining public safety. This is an effort that has been underway with TriMet since July of 2020. If you recall, kind of setting the mood, COVID came in, George Floyd took place, protests were going on within the city. At that time, TriMet, we redirected $1.8 million in police contracts and additional funding to explore a new community-informed effort to broaden our approach to public safety. What has happened since then has been very challenging, but remarkable on many levels. So I'm going to ask Chief Inclusion, Diversity, Equity, and Access Officer John Gardner, as well as our Executive Director of Safety, Andrew Wilson, to join us. They both are going to provide an update on these efforts and how they are being included in our ongoing safety efforts, training, policies, and procedures. So, John and Andrew, I'll turn it over.
Good afternoon, President Simmons and members of the board. Gosh, it seems like it's been a while since we talked about Reimagine, but as General Manager DeSue said, first we want to take you back to what hopefully hasn't been so long ago we forgot where we were back in the summer of 2020, right? So we were just reeling as a nation and maybe as a world from the murders of George Floyd, Breonna Taylor, and far too many others. And probably for the first time since the Civil Rights Movement, the whole nation stood up and took notice. And of course, in our community, we were still suffering through the pandemic like the rest of the world. TriMet's ridership was about 40% of what it was 6 months prior. So we were down about 60 million rides. As folks that were here at that time, we had some of the worst air quality in our state's history, worst in the world, I believe. And we were somewhere in between the 100 nights of protest, all while trying to sort of navigate through the pandemic. But we as an organization and through our leadership team knew it was time to pause on how we approached transit security and public safety on the system, specifically how we were partnering with regional police agencies. Next slide. So as General Manager DeSue said, we began to reduce our footprint on transit police, and we began to sort of ask questions and engage the region and the community about what they felt. Right, so we actually began probably one of the largest outreach efforts we've done in the agency's history, both in person to the extent you could do it socially responsibly, and online. Next slide. And I also think we began pivoting in terms of community engagement. And we have done, over the last 3 years, so much community engagement, mostly with trusted community-based organizations all across the 3 counties. So when I say we, I mean they. You know, working with trusted, culturally specific community-based organizations, many of which are comprehensive social service agencies. So they're not just talking about communities, they serve communities. They provide behavioral health services, they provide housing services, they provide resources for transit-dependent communities. And these were the folks who allowed us and worked with us to engage over 12,000 riders and stakeholders about how they'd like us to sort of rethink and reimagine public safety on the system. Next slide. And so we took that feedback, both what we heard from surveys, what we heard from interviews across multiple languages, and our research that we conducted around the country of who's doing public safety right. Where can we learn from what's happened in the past? And those 300 pages or so we brought together across multiple reports, and we, again, tabled a group of local leaders working in the space to help us come up with a series of recommendations that would help us rethink and reimagine public safety on the system. And all that led to a pool of opportunities for Director Wilson to move forward on.
Well, I want to say this, and I know that John doesn't necessarily want me to say this, but John did a really Herculean effort in stewarding this process in the very beginning phases in particular. And it wasn't just John, it was an entire team of folks. I think of Amparo being a part of our eventual Reimagine Public Safety Committee that we established. If you could go to the next slide too, please. And also teeing it up for some really good activity and discussions about how we can actually march forward with these 24 community-driven initiatives. And so I want to thank Dr. Lewis, who stepped into that process and helped us chair that committee. She did an amazing job of just helping us all have honest conversations and get transparent feedback from community in terms of how we were trying to execute on these 24 programs. And of course, John was a part of that committee too. So thanks, John. He hates it when I do that. No, but so we got 5 focus areas that we identified out of those community-driven initiatives. And I'll say that today, what I'm going to be providing to you is an overview of a couple of the standout pieces of these 5 different focus areas. You all in your board portal have a white paper on Reimagine. Dr. Lewis and the entire group that did work with us on this, which represented lots of different community groups who spent many, many hours with us working through this. We had a monthly meeting, but there was reading besides. There was other meetings outside of that. So really big thanks to the community coming together to sort of help us through these initiatives. What I'm going to be giving you is an overview, because to go through every 24 of them would be quite exhaustive, but you do have a white paper. So I'll just kind of go from there. So next slide, please. So these are some of the members that were a part of that implementation committee. And this is the group membership that Dr. Lewis, I, and John sort of led through as we discussed these 24 initiatives and how we were accomplishing them. Next slide, please. Out of those, we came up with 3 primary objectives that we've been focusing on, and this is why you've heard me talk about these a lot as we've gone through this year. Training, I'll talk about that a little bit more, we've done a tremendous amount of additional training at this agency, necessary training, not only for security staff, but also for frontline staff, and we are planning to do more. So, and this is an anti-racism, cultural humility, mental health, and de-escalation. Lots of de-escalation activity has been going on with our primarily unarmed security that's been increased since Reimagine. So increased presence, the next, you've heard me talk about this. Out of these recommendations, we've developed some very good teams from an unarmed security response that are reflective of the community, and I'll spend a little bit more time on that as we go on. And then also crisis intervention. How are we dealing with those in mental health crisis or with behavioral issues? We see it all around us in our community, so how are we at TriMet utilizing the recommendations we heard to sort of make a TriMet effort that tackles those issues? So next slide, please. So on training, we have a list of 34 awareness classes on culture, race, gender, justice, and bias for TriMet employees. Be happy to sort of review those with you. And I'll say this is 34 at this point. This is a training in our new era is going to be something that we are going to be focused on for time immemorial. And I do think that there's just great investments that come out of that have already come out of that for frontline staff. So this is a key area for us, and we continue to work on that based on the recommendations we received from the committee. Next slide, please. System presence. You've seen the increase in unarmed personnel trained in de-escalation techniques. We've talked about that a lot, so I won't spend a lot of time on that today, but just know that this is a recommendation out of that committee. We've also implemented a safety response team. I'm going to spend a little time on the safety response team, a couple slides, because I want to kind of also talk about some segues and nexus that they have with some other work that we've had here at the agency. But they are reflective of the community. They're trained in crisis response. I brought some of their safety response here last year. I think you guys were able to meet them. And I'm going to talk about another opportunity for you to meet with those folks at the end of the presentation. So next slide, please. This is just a brief overview. We have this dashboard available if anybody wants to know in terms of where we're at from staffing. You can kind of see the journey we've been on. And again, you'll notice that blue line at the bottom, transit police is held flat. We do want to rebuild our transit police, and we're dedicated to that. But with down law enforcement and where we're at, we've been increasing in the unarmed presence. And I'll say that this was a direct recommendation out of Reimagine, and it's actually put us in a much better place at this point in time to deal with some of the issues that are out there. So. But this is kind of where we're at this point. Next slide, please. This is actual versus budgeted staffing. Again, these dashboards are available to you if you want to look into that further. Next slide, please. So this is our safety response team. You know their blue and yellow uniforms are out there. There's actually 49 as of today on the system. We're moving towards 60 of these folks. You remember we started with 8 in September of 21 as a pilot. This has grown. I'm sharing this model with other transit agencies, with other agencies in the city of Portland. It's going very well. And I'll say that this group fulfills a lot of the same work that we used to see from the transit ambassadors. You'll hear about people talking about transit ambassadors. We actually did a crosswalk in our Reimagine group and kind of showed what the transit ambassador program did versus the safety response team. And what we came up with is the safety response team does a lot more than the transit ambassadors, obviously with the de-escalation training, the mental health training, crisis response, those types of things. The transit ambassador program didn't delve into some of those areas. And so this is a really effective group, and it's fulfilling a need on the system. So we'll keep going to the next, please. Just some additional information again about what this group accomplishes for us out on the system. I have lots of data points regarding the outreach that this group has been able to accomplish, how they've made connections, and we're continuing to track that because we're trying to get better at how we reach folks on our system with the SRT. So we've got various very, very good stories I could go into, but I won't talk about those today, but grab me after, I'll tell you some of them. Next slide, please. So another area, technology, and we spent a little time on this morning, even with discussing the access control and some of the SEPTED initiatives we have regarding our elevators. But the idea is how do we use technology really to impact our community and create safer outcomes? And so one of the areas that we're doing is software to track security incidents and customer experience, to be able to have data points available to steer better. When we're also investing in real-time incident reporting tools for employees and for riders. So look for that next year. You're going to start having the ability as a rider to be able to connect directly with security team personnel on a 24-hour basis, which is something that's very necessary and our community's asked for. So just a couple technology. And remember, we're all just doing it 2 because we don't have all the time to go through all 24. But infrastructure-wise, again, this comes back to a lot of SEPTED upgrades. We've done a lot of lighting upgrades. If you've seen out there, I've talked about this before, but Rose Quarter, Gresham Transit Center, Gateway, really focused on upgrading lighting as well as surveillance. And this kind of goes into that crime prevention through environmental design. If you've been to the Gresham Transit Center recently, you'll notice that we've cut down the shrubs, we've improved the lighting, we've improved surveillance. So there's just a lot of good activity happening from a SEPTED principle on some of the areas we know are impacted the most. So, and that's one area for infrastructure. And next. So the last sort of thing is, how do we communicate with our community that we're interacting with? How do we get feedback? How do we continue this process? We're implementing a quarterly reporting of safety and security on the system as part of the general board briefings. We actually vetted the kind of items that we'll be reporting out on with this committee. They helped us build that report. So we're going to be doing that on a quarterly basis for you. We're also developing a Rider Club survey, which I think John will be involved in later part of this year, but just to get direct feedback. We talked a little bit about that earlier in terms of how are we getting feedback, and we really want to know how the tools that we've utilized and developed on the system are being felt, and we need that feedback. So we're going to be doing that, and you all will have access to that as well. So next slide. So next steps, we have an open house with the safety response team for all of the members of the Reimagined Public Safety Committee. It's going to be at our public safety office. The safety response team and their leadership will be there. You all will be invited May 23rd, so look for that. We'd love to have you out to interact with some of those folks. The Rider Club survey, which I already mentioned, and continual safety and security updates with the community. And this is something we're leaning into heavily too, is how do we kind of communicate back and share those meetings to have that open and honest conversation back and forth with community. So, and those are some items there. So next slide, I think we are to questions, and I wanted to open that up for John or I.
Director Way?
Thank you for the presentation and update. If you can, I don't know if you can go back to the technology software slide, but I kind of want to focus on this. So, you know, over the last couple of years that I've been on the board, there's just been very heartbreaking, horrific, sometimes tragic incidents on our system. And so I guess my question, because this is part of safety and then looks like there's some upgrades, do you think this will prevent any of those incidents from happening? For example, if we're able to see a guy with a knife on our surveillance video, is this going to help with getting folks like that off our system? I'm just trying to understand the additional surveillance piece.
Yeah, no, it's great.
Safety and how are we improving safety?
Thank you, Director Way. The technology is one piece of how we achieve safety, but it's a very important piece, and I think it's an increasingly important piece. And I'll tell you a couple examples. So we have now over 8,500 cameras on the system. I mentioned that briefly during the TSCC meeting, but I'll tell you that we also have a surveillance team that monitors those, right? But right now, we don't have a 24-hour capability for monitoring. A lot of times we're doing kind of responsive actions where people will say, can you get me some surveillance on something that happened at a different area? Where we're moving towards is having that 24-hour security desk capability, where we actually have people that are monitoring certain areas that are able to be available for a call immediately from a potential rider with some of these rider reporting tools as well. So what we're trying to do is get to a point where we can utilize technology better for those types of incidents. I'll give you some other examples. Often now, before we send a team out to look at a platform or whatever, we'll pull it up on surveillance. We'll be able to review the whole situation and be able to direct the right resource to that situation. It might be SRT, because we might see some folks that need some sort of outreach surfaces and that sort of thing. Right. So we're being more strategic with the resources we have based on technology. But, you know, access control is another key piece to that as well. This pilot at Hollywood Elevator, we'll see how that goes. It's a pilot for a reason. We really do want to try to understand how that impacts. But so far, limiting like interactions in elevators to those that are actually riders is a good outcome for us. And so we're trying to kind of explore how we can utilize technology in that space too, if that makes sense.
Thank you. I think, that's helpful, and providing those examples, I think, is a better way for me to sort of understand this on the ground. And, you know, I think I do like the example that you used, Andrew, about, you know, when we're able to, you know, access our cameras and our, you know, the surveillance, I guess, more around the clock, then we can also hopefully have the proper response, the proper incident response. So, for example, you know, there's a lot of folks that are houseless in our communities that are accessing, you know, transit for just shelter sometimes, or just to sleep on something. And so, you know, like as one board member, just speaking for myself, like I wouldn't want an entire police force to like stop a person who's houseless from like bringing in all their belongings and wanting to sleep on the max, for example. So I just use that specific example of hopefully whatever people are seeing on their other side of the camera, we can bring like our safety people, right, who are unarmed, for example, with a mental health counselor, with, whoever else that various counties are providing for that wraparound response to respond to those particular incidences. So
Good.
I just wanted to make that comment and be clear that we are trying to use public dollars wisely and in a specific way to help serve the public, but also keep everyone safe.
Yeah, great comments.
Director Edwards.
Thank you. And thank you and John for your report. I had a question along those same lines. TriMet does not operate in a bubble. And so we're affected by influences that are outside of our control.
Mm-hmm.
And so my question is, we have adjacent properties that are owned by the government or other entities throughout the system. What kind of cooperation and support are we getting from those other agencies to help us make sure that we have a secure and safe system?
Yeah, it's a great question, Director Edwards. Where we're at with that, and I'll tell you, there's a lot of activity in this space about us building partnerships and coalitions to address some of the issues out there. I won't go into too many specifics. I'll just say this, that like, for example, bridges. Bridges can be very difficult because we have operational concerns with operating across bridges, and there's fires, there's impacts that with folks in the right-of-way, things that we as a transit agency from a safety security standpoint cannot have because they will create bad outcomes, and we have the data to support that. And so how do we make that message very clear to partners who might have control over those areas so that we can moderate that together? And I'll tell you, we've been doing some very good efforts along these lines in certain strategic areas where we've had consistent issues, bringing folks like the county, PBOT, UPRR at times together and kind of championing a specific area, doing things like boulder placement. You'll start to see that out underneath some of the bridge encampments so that there aren't fires underneath bridges. For obvious reasons, we can't, that isn't a tolerable thing from a risk standpoint for this agency. Working with those other community leaders. I'm on a lot of different groups now. I speak a lot with the City of Portland. There's different groups related to Pioneer Courthouse Square, PMMI boards. It's really important. The federal employees got a return to work group. The City of Portland have a return to work group. And I participate on those, as do members of my staff, because a lot of times what comes up is well, the system isn't safe, so I don't want to come back and work in the city core, et cetera. So we want to really be there and available to work through the issues that are making people feel unsafe. And I'll tell you, we meet with a lot of success at that because a lot of people are kind of being reintroduced to a new reimagined public safety with a lot more investment in things like increased presence technology, et cetera. And so we can partner well with other agencies. But your point is well taken in the sense some of the issues that are out there necessitate greater community involvement to help us at TriMet do transit well. So we're at the table and we make those connections wherever we can. We do have some successes. I don't know if you want to, anything from your perspective, John?
No, I think it was brought up earlier about subcommittees and work groups. Reimagine is a subcommittee of TIAC.
Yeah.
The reduced fare program exists because it was a subcommittee of TIAC. So that is where you can actually engage the community and develop community-informed strategies to make for better outcomes. And I think this is a really good example. I mean, previous meetings, Andrew shared with you some of the outcomes of the SRT. These are amazing referrals to services for folks that would not have gotten those services 3 years ago. So 48 folks on the system today providing light touch social services is an amazing outcome. And that's all informed by our conversations with the community. So sometimes subcommittees can work.
Thank you. You mentioned PBOT. Is ODOT involved in those conversations as well?
Yes.
Because they have some thoroughfares that are actually in the city also.
Yes, they are. And, we have state safety oversight from ODOT, too, from a safety perspective as well. And so we have some different kind of channels of communication with ODOT, which we try to make very effective in kind of dealing with some of these issues. But ODOT is at the table, and they have to be because they're involved in so many different areas. I will say, too, that when I took this position on January of last year, and even through the pandemic, partnerships in this region have kind of fallen apart in some ways. And I'm just being honest here from a standpoint of there's a lot of people that are just not as connected as they used to be. So we're really trying to make those partnerships as an agency And I honestly think we at TriMet are out in front on that, kind of dragging people to different conversations and then being very thankful that they were brought there. You know what I mean? So we'll continue to do that.
Good. Thank you for that.
Yeah.
Director Kim?
Not a question, but a comment. Thank you so much, Andrew and John, for this work and the rest of the staff. As we, as a transit agency, safety and security really is the foundation of everything that we're doing. Without a safe transit system, we would not be even having a conversation about how much to charge for the transit, right? So I thank you for this work. Moving forward, I'd like to see us more focus more on truly the safety of our riders and operators, right? We already do that, but perhaps we can, instead of 3,500 cameras, right? Kind of scary. Could be for some folks. But if we can show the story of how that's impacting, how that's making our riders and operators safer, I think those stories would be more impactful. And folks who could have a negative perception without the full picture of how this is going to help me as a rider, how this is going to help me as a operator, could be a stronger, I think, supporter for this. But really, thank you for this. And I think the same goes for increasing the number of our staff on this particular team. I'm supportive of this work. But again, I do understand from certain snippets, from certain angle of listening, they're increasing more, safety officers, that could have a negative perception. So, if we could really focus on how much more of a benefit we're bringing to the riders, I think it'd be helpful. So thank you.
All right, thank you.
Director Lewis?
Thank you. I don't have a question, but I just wanted to add two comments. One is the reason that partnerships, you had commented on partnerships, could be, and I'm finding with other groups, the players that were at the table are no longer there.
That's right.
And so, and the pandemic sent folks into retirement, and so it's going to take time, not to be discouraged, but it will take time to build new partnerships. Sometimes you have the opportunity now to create that partnership to look different and to add components that were not there before. So there's pros and cons, but a lot of it is not at the table. And then my other comment was for my fellow board member, Kathy. Back to the technology. The technology also is a big way to triage, having cameras even more places than we already do, and increasing that gives eyes to those. It's the triage component to where to go, when to do it, and what's happening. And that's a huge component in safety and security, is sending people blindly into situations. So the more technology, the better our technology, the better the eyes, and the better way that we can be safe in doing what we're doing. And so it's getting there, but I'm glad to see that we're increasing the cameras. I'm on the crash committee, and I get the recording of 15 different camera views, and it makes a big difference of how, because two people can see the same incident and see two different things. And so camera and technology is important. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And so I turn it back to General Manager DeSue.
Andrew and John, thank you both. Thanks for the presentation and your leadership here. Now, I would like to turn to our quarterly performance report. Manager of Service Performance and Analysis, Miles Crumley. He's here to give you a snapshot of the overall performance and reliability of our service. His report will cover the last 2 quarters of 2022. Good morning, Miles.
Thank you. Good morning. Thank you, Sam. Good morning, board. So I'm Miles Crumley, use he, him. I'm the Manager of Service Performance and Analysis, and I'm here to present the 2022 Quarter 3 Quarterly Performance Report for the months of July, August, and September. I will remind you, this is 2022 Quarter 3. During that time period, we were struggling trying to hire people for key positions at the agency, both operators and in maintenance. And we were also working to fill those jobs as fast as possible. Next slide, please. For 2022, quarter 3, the on-time performance for bus and rail was down compared to the year prior to that. However, it was up for West for the same period. Next slide, please. Fixed route bus operator complaints for 2022 quarter 3 were down from 12.6 to 11.4 per 100,000 boardings. This is seen as an improvement during that time period. Next slide, please. Max operator complaints per 100,000 boardings were also down from 2.1 to 1.6 per 100,000 boardings. Again, because of the amount of max service that we operate, one complaint tends to make the line move a lot more than other numbers do. But in the data world, we call this flat. Next slide, please. Rail rule violations for 2022 quarter 3 were up compared to the previous year from 63.1 to 86.4 per million miles. The largest category we saw were ATS signal and other rule violations. Next slide, please. Fixed route bus mean distance between failure for lost service was down, so it was trending down from the previous year from 10,870 miles to about 8,440. The industry benchmark for fixed route bus service is around 10,000, so this is below the industry standard during that time. Next slide. Max light rail mean distance between failure was actually flat and went down 40 miles during that quarter. Next slide. Fixed route bus collisions per 100,000 miles were also flat from 4.1 to 4.5 collisions per 100,000 miles. Again, mirror strikes continue to be the most numerous type of collision we have. Next slide. Max light rail collisions were up from 1.0 to 1.6 per 100,000 miles during that time period. Next slide. This is a new addition based on the previous presentation. So we'll be presenting on employee safety incidents. So for fixed route bus, employee safety incidents per 100,000 boardings were flat between 2021 quarter 3 and 2022 quarter 3. There are 0.43 incidents per 100,000 boardings. For these, we were looking at fights, assaults, and unwanted physical contact between employees and the customer. Next slide, please. For Max light rail employee safety incidents per 100,000 boardings, we went from 0.85 to 0.88 per 100,000 boardings for light rail operators. Next slide. Safety response team, we collected some stats on their performance over the previous year. We noticed that during that time period, there was an increase in contacts between the safety response team and the public. We also noted that there were about 920 referrals during that time period to outside services. Next slide. Lyft on-time performance. We have noticed that during that time period, cab on-time performance actually increased quite heavily during that time period. For 2022 quarter 3, pickup and appointment on-time performance also increased during that time period. Next slide. Lyft miles between road calls also increased from 50,577 to 59,136 miles between road calls for Lyft service. Lyft complaints per 1,000 rides actually decreased for the cab pickup service that we have for Lyft service and was relatively flat for the other types of service Lyft operates. Next slide. And if you can take me to the quarter 4. All right, so same as before, we're still trying to hire as many positions as possible. Again, this is 2022 quarter 4, so this will be October, November, and December. Next slide, please. So during this time period, compared to 2021 quarter 1, on-time performance for all of our modes was down during the holiday season. Typically towards the end of the year, we typically see on-time performance go down. We also noticed that traffic levels were returning to pre-pandemic levels, which also impacts our bus service. Next slide. Fixed route bus complaints per 100,000 boardings were up from 10.3 to 11.9 for quarter 4 2021. Next slide. Max operator complaints were also up during this time period from 1.8 to 2.0 per 100,000 boardings. Next slide. Rail rule violations were also up from 2021 quarter 4. We went from 75.0 to 81.7 per million miles. Again, the largest categories are ATS signal trips and other rule violations. Bus mean distance between failure was down from 10,033 to about 7,365. During this time period, we identified that our exhaust systems on our buses are causing a large portion of failures during that time period, so that's an area that we'll be looking at. Next slide. Max light rail mean distance between failures was up slightly, which is in mean distance between failure, higher number is better, so this was actually good. For rail equipment maintenance, they've been also focusing on door failures, which is a critical component for the trains. Next slide. Fixed route bus collisions per 100,000 miles were up from 4.6 to 5.0 per 100,000 miles. Again, mirror strikes are the most numerous type of collision that we have. Next slide. Max light rail collisions per 100,000 miles were up from 1.4 to 2.2. This is above where we expect our target to be, so this will be an area of focus for 2023 quarter 1. Next slide. Fixed route bus employee safety incidents per 100,000 boardings were actually down from 1.0 to 0.5 during comparing the two time periods of 2022 quarter 4. Next slide. Max light rail employee safety incidents per 100,000 boardings were also down from 0.8 to 0.7 incidents per 100,000 boardings. A new slide that we also added were lost time injury claims for operators. This was down between 2022 quarter 3 and 2022 quarter 4. Safety response team requests and referrals, following on from the previous presentation. Again, there were more contacts as more staff are actually added to the safety response team, which also means that we've made more referrals to outside services. Lift on time performance for cab, bus, for cab, appointment, and pickups was down slightly compared to the previous quarter. Next slide. Lift miles between road calls went up from 47,906 to 54,737. Lyft complaints per 1,000 rides continued to go down from 17.4 to 9.3 during that time period. And for the other values, they went down or were relatively the same as compared to the previous year. And that concludes my report. Any questions?
Yes, we have one question from Director Bauman.
Thank you for the report. That's a lot of data covering a 6-month period. You know, when I want to go to slide number 2 on the fourth quarter presentation. So in the third and fourth quarter, there was rather, or I should say, especially on the third quarter, there was a rather dramatic drop in on-time performance, especially for Max. What's our goal for on-time performance, and what accounts for this, and what steps are being taken to improve that on-time performance?
So 85% on bus and 88% on time is the goal at TriMet at the moment. Mainly it's staffing. So when we don't have enough staff, we essentially have to use what we have in order to actually maintain service. And so during that time period, we were trying to hire as many, and we still are, trying to hire as many people as possible, not only on the bus side, but also on the light rail side, to make sure that we have enough people available to actually operate the service.
And I know we don't have a report yet on the first quarter of this year, but do you know what the trends are for on-time performance?
I haven't taken a look yet.
You haven't, okay. Well, this is very important. Reliability, obviously, is very important to our customers. I was actually earlier this week waiting for a number 19 bus that didn't show up, and I assumed there was not an operator available. So thank you for continuing to focus on, all of the folks in operations to focus on on-time performance.
Thank you.
Director Way has a question.
Thank you. I think my question was related to Director previously, who stated the on-time performance piece. But my question was related to that. So you also mentioned the lift on-time performance decreased. Do you know why that is? Is that also a shortage problem of lift operators?
Yes, also related to staffing on the lift side.
Okay, great. And then you said the operator complaints increased this quarter. I forget which slide. There's a lot of data.
That was quarter 4.
It was a slight increase, yeah, to 2.8 or,
It must have been bus.
can you explain that a little bit?
Can you go to the slide, please?
Yeah.
Yeah. No, I have it. So again,
I guess my question was there an increase? I just heard you say that there was, and so was there an increase in max and bus or both?
so on bus during that time period, the largest increase were pass-ups at stops. For bus, that was the largest increase for service delivery complaints.
And sorry, what is a pass up for people who I don't understand what it is?
So a pass-up is when a customer is at a stop and the bus goes by without actually providing service.
Got
so they
it.
don't actually stop and open the doors.
Even though a customer is there
That's correct.
waiting for them, the bus doesn't stop.
Or it could be a situation where the bus is full and there's no capacity to actually get on the actual vehicle.
Okay. Great. I thank you. I think this is a really enlightening presentation given just where we're at, in terms of customer experience around usage of our current system, whether that's Max or Bus. And if we are, again, asking for a fare increase on the table, I just want to make a comment of, are the customers that are currently paying fare, are they getting what they're paying for? So, thank you.
Thanks, Miles, for your overview. For time and sake, I'm going to try to get us back onto schedule here. I would just like to ask Dan Blair to come up for a moment. Dan has appeared before board meetings in the past as our Director of Rail Equipment Maintenance. He has now stepped up to be our interim Executive Director of Maintenance Operations. Dan's been with TriMet since 1993 when he joined us as an apprentice. He's doing an amazing job, and he's leading our maintenance teams during this hiring process to replace Roland Hoskins, who departed from us last month. Dan, anything you want to say to the board?
Just good morning, and I really appreciate this opportunity, and if there's anything you ever need, please contact me.
And then the last thing, President Simmons, myself and Director Way had a conversation about the request from the public about an interpreter. And we did have an interpreter here this morning today for public testimony. We just didn't know who the requester was. So we're going to link up and we'll ratify that and make sure that that doesn't happen again.
Right.
Jill.
Right. Thank you.
And this concludes my report.
Thank you. Since the board has had an opportunity to ask questions during the report, I'm going to assume that there are no more questions, and we're going to go into the regular board meeting and the consent agenda. And for those who are unfamiliar with the consent agenda, items appearing on that agenda are considered routine and may be approved by the board in one blanket motion. So for example, if there is a resolution authorizing a contract modification, the board has already approved the original contract, and so more than likely those resolutions would appear on the consent agenda. And today we have 3 items: approving the minutes of our March 22nd, 2023 meeting, resolution 23-04-14, authorizing a contract modification for DKS Associates, Inc., for next generation transit signal prioritization services, and also a resolution directing that the reading of all ordinance be by title only. Does any director request to have any items removed from the consent agenda? All right, then I will entertain a motion to approve the items contained
So
in the
moved.
consent. Thank you, Director Edwards. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Director Gonzalez. It's been moved and seconded. Anybody want to make any comments before we vote? I don't see any, so all in favor, please say aye.
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 Motion carries. Thank you. Now we're going to go to all the resolutions in our meeting today. I'm going to start with the first resolution to come before the board this morning is Resolution 23-04-15, authorizing an intergovernmental agreement with Wilsonville for withdrawal from the district of areas within the Wilsonville city limits. Mr. General Manager, your comments, please.
Thanks, President Simmons, members of the board. This resolution seeks the board's authority for an IGA with Wilsonville that will allow an adjustment of the TriMet service district boundary to exclude certain parcels of land located within the city of Wilsonville. Wilsonville is a unique case. The city withdrew from the TriMet district back in 1988, but it continues to be served by the West Commuter Rail and receives various limited service from our Line 96 bus line. In 1989, Wilsonville began providing its own city-operated transit services, the South Metro Area Regional Transit SMART. However, because Wilsonville extended its city limits northward, it annexed 3 small parcels in North Wilsonville that are still part of the TriMet district, but where SMART provides transit services. Wilsonville would like these areas to be withdrawn from TriMet and incorporated in its city-owned SMART system. However, Oregon statute governing withdrawals from the transit district does not allow a withdrawal petition to be filed for areas within cities with no more than 10,000 people like Wilsonville. The resolution that comes before the board today takes a step towards resolving that issue with the Wilsonville boundary concerns. The resolution requests authorization from the board for the general manager to enter into an intergovernmental agreement with Wilsonville that would do the following: withdraw the 3 annexed parcels within the Wilsonville city limits from the TriMet district, provide for Wilsonville's payment to TriMet of $2.738 million as compensation for estimated lost revenue resulting from the withdrawal, and require Wilsonville to remove House Bill 2666 from further consideration by the legislature. When and if the IGA is agreed upon, TriMet will come back to the board to submit a volunteer withdrawal ordinance for your consideration. That would be necessary to formalize the withdrawal process for the 3 areas within the city limits under Oregon law. The ordinance would be contingent on Wilsonville's satisfaction of its obligations under the IGA. The resolution is revenue neutral, as the project lost to TriMet of an estimated $2.738 million and tax revenue over the next 10 years would be offset by Wilsonville's one-time payment of that amount to TriMet. At the same time, TriMet and Wilsonville are continuing efforts to negotiate an agreement to some other areas Wilsonville would like to incorporate into their SMART service district. The background of that is in your memo. I recommend your approval of this resolution.
Thank you, Mr. General Manager. Is there a motion to approve the resolution?
So moved.
Thank you, Director Bauman. Is there a second?
Second, Kim.
Thank you, Director Kim. It's been moved and seconded. Does anyone wish to make a comment before we vote? Director Gonzalez.
Thank you very much, President Simmons. I do have a question about this resolution. Just for the public record, are there any riders that will be losing service, existing service, as a result of this annexation?
Good morning, or afternoon, I guess, directors and Director Gonzalez. In answer to your question, I expect not, because we do not serve those 3 areas. One of them is the Coffee Creek area. One of them is a very small area just north of the boundary of Wilsonville's city limits. And the other is a subdivision on the east side of Wilsonville. It's called Frog Pond West. We don't send buses or any service to those areas. So no TriMet riders should lose service. But the SMART system already serves those areas.
Director Kim.
Thank you. While I support this resolution, I did have mixed thoughts. On one hand, I am fully supportive of the city of Wilsonville making autonomous decisions and so forth for their residents. And on the other hand, I was curious if we foresee at all future developments like this from other areas that we currently serve.
We don't foresee any right now.
Right.
Some municipality could take some steps like Wilsonville is taking. There is a statutory process that's a petition-based process. The petition must be filed by people, residents outside of Wilsonville if they're going to engage in this process. So it would have to be, I'm speculating here, people who live in areas within small cities' urban growth boundaries, but not within the cities. And then there would have to be a requisite number of petitioners to file a petition with TriMet. And the petition with TriMet can only be filed once every 5 years. So the next petition that could be filed from anyone would be on January 1, 2026. So at this point, we don't know of any such petitions.
Noted. Thank you.
Director Kim, when I served on the Metro Policy Advisory Committee and we worked on annexation things, a lot of this is as a result of Wilsonville getting authorization from Metro to annex land into their city that was originally part of the TriMet Service District, even though we weren't really serving it because there was nothing there.
Mm-hmm.
And then they built some development. So as communities get the authorization for annexation, there's always that possibility that cities will come back and ask us to make it part of their city and not
Sure.
part of our
Yeah,
district.
I understand from legally where this is coming from. I'm just thinking about from 1980s to today, further consolidating what Wilsonville is doing, and what does it speak about? And it's just food for thought. What does it speak about market shares?
Oh, yeah.
Us as a mobility solution providing entity, right?
And
so
see,
that's
when I was on that committee, I had no idea that annexation could potentially create these kinds of situations, because that wasn't made clear.
Thank you.
But yeah, it's an interesting conundrum. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Just a second, we have one more question. Director Gonzalez.
I didn't see your hand.
It's okay. The paper one fills in. Thank you, President Simmons. Another question now, and this is regarding the one-time payment. Just for the record, how was that one-time payment amount determined based on the known taxable impact, the known impact to tax revenues from that district for 1 year, or was there a longer time frame that this was forecasted?
The one-time payment was for a 10-year period. It's an estimate from our finance department, and it's kind of a rough estimate, but it was in our negotiations with Wilsonville. There needed to be some kind of compensation. Seemed like a 10-year period was appropriate, at least for these areas within the city, and that was determined to be $278,000 per year over a 10-year period.
Thank you.
Okay, so we are ready now to take a vote. It's been moved and seconded, and so all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Hearing none, motion carries. Thank you. We're now moving on to the next resolution, which is the board will consider 23-04-16, authorizing a contract with Kanza USA Building, Inc. for design build services for the Park Avenue Park and Ride garage expansion. And before I go to you, Mr. General Manager, I'm going to yield to Director Gonzalez, who has to make a statement.
Thank you. Due to conflicts of interest, I'd like to recuse myself from this resolution's discussion and vote.
Okay. Mr. General Manager, your comments, please.
Thanks, President Simmons, members of the board. The Park Avenue Park and Ride is a two-story TriMet parking structure located at the southern end of our MAX Orange Line. It sits adjacent to the Park Avenue MAX station and the Oak Grove area just south of Milwaukee. From the early days of the Orange Line project, staff anticipated a need for additional floors at the parking structure. Therefore, the garage was completed with just 2 levels, but designed with an eye to allow expansion to 4 levels in the future. TriMet is now prepared to advance that project with the use of unspent funds from the Portland-Milwaukee Light Rail project. In October of 2022, the board approved a resolution authorizing an exemption from a low bid procurement process for the contractor. TriMet issued a RFP late last year, and Skanska was determined to be the most qualified of the three proposals for this specialized scope of work. Skanska's proposed price came in 27% below TriMet's approved budget for the project. The resolution includes a change order of up to about $1.7 million, or 10%, for a total authorized contract amount of just over $19.1 million for this design build contract. Should any of these changes ordered funds be needed, they will be drawn down from contingency funds remaining from the Max Orange Line federal full funding grant agreement. Funding for the contract is included in Engineering, Construction, and Planning Division's FY23 budget. Skanska's workforce is 24% female, 17.5% minority. The firm estimates that at least 17% of the work will be performed by DBE certified contractors, and TriMet will work with Skanska to increase that amount to as much as 30%. I recommend your approval.
Thank you, Mr. General Manager. Is there a motion to approve the resolution?
So moved, Kim?
Thank you, Director Kim. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Director Way. It's been moved and seconded. Does anyone wish to make a comment before we vote? Seeing none, I will ask all who can vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. The one extension, motion carries. We now have three ordinances to consider this morning. The first two are second readings, which require votes. Those will be followed by a first reading and public hearing on the fare increase ordinance. Let's get started. So we're going to begin with Ordinance 372. It's regarding service adjustments that TriMet plans to implement late next month. I'll ask General Counsel Shelley Devine to read the ordinance by title only.
Thank you, President Simmons. Ordinance 372 of the Tri-County Metropolitan Transportation District of Oregon, adopting May 2023 service changes and revising route designations, and this is the second reading.
Thank you. Mr. General Manager, is there anything else you'd like to add?
Thanks, President Simmons, members of the board. If approved here today, we are prepared to make these adjustments with our May 2023 service plan. That means changes will take effect on Sunday, May 28th, a little more than just 4 weeks from today. The two routes that would see the most significant changes are the Line 17 and Line 70. If approved here today, the results will be safer access to Cleveland High School for students using Line 70 buses. In addition, this May service plan includes an upgrade for a portion of Line 17 to frequent service, with buses arriving every 15 minutes or better most of the day and every day. The board must adopt service changes and revise TriMet route designations through the ordinance process, which brings us here today. Thank you.
Thank you. Does the board have questions or wish to have further discussion regarding Ordinance 372?
One comment.
Yes.
While I'm supportive of this ordinance, I fully trust staff will do proper advertisements of the changes that are going to be coming in this May. With such small time in between the voting today and the implementation of the changes, I wanted to just ask again for the staff to ensure that all of the affected lines get the proper notices out to the riders, current riders. For instance, I used to ride 62 all the time every weekend. So those swaps, right? So when the lines have swaps, although service is not getting cut off, but it's getting swapped with different lines, those sort of, I think that'll be tremendous for the riders. Thank you.
I really appreciate that. We have our communications director sitting next to me, and I'll make sure that goes into effect.
Thank you.
Director Bauman?
Oh, I was just going to say that these changes are at least part in District 4, and I'm very appreciative that these changes are being made to make it safer for students to travel to and from Cleveland High School. So, thank you.
Okay. Now I'm going to ask General Counsel Shelley Devine to hold the roll call vote.
Thank you, President Simmons. We'll start with Director Kim.
Aye.
Director Way.
Aye.
Director Gonzalez.
Aye.
Director Bauman.
Aye.
Director Edwards.
Aye.
Director Lewis.
Aye.
Director Simmons.
Aye.
The ordinance 372 passes unanimously.
Thank you. The ordinance is now adopted. We now move to the second reading of Ordinance 373. This ordinance addresses our annual service adjustments that TriMet plans to implement in FY24, which is our next fiscal year. I'll ask General Counsel Shelley Devine to read the ordinance by title only.
Thank you, President Simmons. Ordinance 373 of the Tri-County Metropolitan Transportation District of Oregon adopting FY 2024 service changes and revising route designations. And this is the second reading.
Thank you. Mr. General Manager, is there anything you'd like to add?
Thanks, President Simmons, members of the board. Contained with this ordinance here is our first big package of service improvements coming out of our Forward Together service concept. Forward Together is about increasing ridership and providing better and smarter connections for the people who rely on our transit system, especially those with low and limited incomes. The Forward Together project came together in response to dramatic changes in travel patterns that occurred as a result of the pandemic. It was informed by the community after an extensive outreach and engagement. With these service adjustments, we will begin restoring service. We will begin restoring service that have been cut over the last 3 years due to the COVID-19 pandemic and then to our historic operator bus shortage. TriMet is eager to begin rolling out these changes as we have stabilized the staffing shortage, and now we can start adding back service as we believe we will have enough operators to consistently support it.
Thank you, General Manager. Does any board member have any questions or wish to have further discussion regarding Ordinance 373? Seeing none, I'm going to ask General Counsel Shelley Devine to hold the roll call vote.
Thank you, President Simmons. I'll start with Director Lewis.
Aye.
Director Edwards.
Aye.
Director Bauman.
Aye.
Director Gonzalez.
Aye.
Director Way.
Aye.
Director Kim.
Aye.
Director Simmons.
Aye.
Ordinance 373 passes unanimously.
Yes, thank you. Now we move to the first reading of Ordinance 374. This ordinance reflects the fare increase proposal under consideration by the board. There is no vote with the first reading of ordinances. The board is scheduled to vote on Ordinance 374 at our May 24th board meeting. However, we will hold a public hearing momentarily. First, I'll ask General Counsel Shelley Devine to read the ordinance by title only.
Thank you, President Simmons. Ordinance 374 of the Tri-County Metropolitan Transportation District of Oregon, adopting fare increases and amending TriMet Code Chapter 19. This is the first reading and public hearing.
Thank you. General Manager Dessou, do you have additional comments?
Thanks, President Simmons, members of the board. Ordinance 374 would amend TriMet Code to adopt a fare increase that would take effect on January 1st of next year. If approved, the ordinance would bring the first increase to adult fare on TriMet in 11 years. We last increased any fares on our system in 2015. The ordinance that you are hearing today comes at board request. This morning, I have Executive Director of Finance and Administration, Nancy Young Oliver, as well as our Chief Inclusion, Diversity, Equity, and Access Officer, John Garner here. They both will provide detail on the ordinance, the equity considerations, as well as the federal requirement that comes with the fare increase. Nancy?
Great, thank you, and good morning again. Just wanted to do a quick reminder of some of the information that we presented to you previously and with some updates to that information. Advance. So as a reminder, as we look at TriMet's major sources of revenue, our employer payroll taxes and our federal funding has increased year over year, but our passenger fares have not kept pace with the cost of services. Advance. Previously, we presented to you this snapshot of our peer fares, and there were some additional questions, information requested. So we have added the ridership for 2019 as well as 2021. We've also included youth base fares and paratransit base fares. This was previously sent out to you in an email. Advance. So finally, I just would like to, remind us that TriMet has a strategic financial plan that the board adopted. And that plan specifically addresses our fare policy that seeks a financially sustainable system that encourages and supports ridership and ensures broad access to transit services. We strive for a sustainable balance between growth in ridership and passenger revenue, specifically calling for a pricing strategy that keeps pace with the cost of services. John?
All right. Excuse me. Good afternoon again. And of course, Title VI, you've heard a lot about that this morning. And I believe the full Title VI report is in your packet, but I wanted just to go over some of the highlights this morning. Next slide. So in November, the board proposed that we research the impacts of essentially a 12% fare increase across the following fare types, both the adult fare, the honored citizen fare, the youth fare, and Lyft paratransit. Next slide. So TriMet has fairly sensitive thresholds when it comes to Title VI. When it comes to fares, you'll see across the country between a 5 and a 35% variance. So ours is at 10%. So even though before we actually went into the deep analysis of the Title VI, which was required, we knew that a 12% increase would automatically flag a disparate impact and a disproportionate burden. So when we brought in our partner in espousal, the real question was not, is it a Title VI violation? It's is that impact going to be felt most? And so through surveys and through all the focus groups we did, we identified essentially 4 rider type groups: those that pay with cash or credit, which is the highest impact of the 12% increase. Those are HOP riders who ride less frequently, who is the second highest impacted. And then we saw HOP riders who use the system frequently, which may also be transit-dependent riders who are using us. We see a very limited impact. And then our institutional programs or school districts or folks who are buying employee pass programs, we see no impact. Next slide. But of course, because of our threshold and because of the 12% increase, there is both a disparate impact and a disproportionate burden. And so both our team as well as espousal believes that the way to sort of minimize, mitigate, or avoid these impacts is really to lean into our monthly fare cap process, as well as to start expanding registration in the low-income fare program, specifically for people of color, as well as limited English proficient communities. Next slide. At the last board retreat strategy session, we talked about some of the historic mitigations we put in place with community. You all know that next year will be the highest amount of investment we've ever done for subsidized fare programs. We're incredibly proud of that, regardless of the board's decision. But as it relates to this proposed fare increase, we have 5 additional mitigations we're proposing. Next slide. The first, and I really believe this is not getting enough credit. This is an amazing way to thread a needle for obviously an uncomfortable situation. But we're proposing not to increase the cap. So if you're a low-income rider, if you're a senior, if you're an individual with disability, if you're a youth, you will still be able to pay for your fare at $28. 2 years from now, if the board moves forward, the cost of your ridership will only be $28. So our challenge, of course, is to connect with even more than the 50,000 folks we've already done so to make sure this is as leveraged and used as much as possible. We will also not increasing the cost of our Lyft paratransit fares. Before we actually collect fares in that system, we provide a 50% discount, 50% more than the federal government suggests we collect. So the paratransit Lyft fares will not be going up beyond the 15 cents that you've seen proposed. And again, we feel very proud that over the last few years we've worked with community to register 50,000 folks, but we want to grow the registration into the reduced fare program. And we're going to extend the eligibility. Today it's only 2 years you sign up and you get 2 years of eligibility. Obviously it's taking people a longer time to transition into a higher economic status, so 3 years we think is appropriate. It aligns with honored citizen. Another thing that is buried within the budget, but when you sign up for the reduced fare program, your first month is free. So that free month fare is actually more than an entire year of fare increases. So again, by getting more people connected to the reduced fare program, they will not see an impact of that actual fare increase if the board moves forward. And the last thing we want to do is we want to expand the HOP retail network. Obviously, a lot of things happened during the pandemic. A lot of small businesses closed, but we really want to focus on small community storefronts, especially culturally and ethnic specific storefronts, as we begin to really push a lot of effort into engaging limited English proficient communities. So these are the proposed mitigations. We'll work with our TIAC and CAT on other strategies, but those are the high-level ones that you'll see in the formal Title VI report. So any questions, we'd be happy to answer.
Director Wade and then Director Gonzalez.
Thank you. So as a board, we've listened to this report a couple times, so thank you, John. I have a couple questions. So is our current fare increase a Title VI violation?
So I would say it's not a Title VI violation. Title VI requires that service changes, fare increases, purchase, property, and disposition go through a Title VI analysis. So the 12% flags a Title VI finding, not a violation, but a finding. And so we are required to propose mitigations to avoid, minimize, or mitigate the impacts of the increase.
Got it. Okay. And then during the last time that we did a fare increase, and you could cite that year because I forget, was there a Title VI finding or a flag or a violation?
There was, and it was very hard to find because it was 2012. So trying to find a copy of that document. So it was the Title VI analysis was embedded in a service increase. So essentially, there was a 80-page document on service increase, and there were 2 pages of a Title VI review. So we have gotten really sensitive and clear on Title VI over the last 7 or 8 years. So I think this was a very robust undertaking to analyze the impacts. But it did trigger a finding 11 years ago as well.
So again, a finding, but not a violation of Title VI.
No, a violation would be if we propose to do a fare increase without engaging the community or following the proper required steps, which not only did we satisfy that, we actually went pretty deep into additional engagement activities.
Thank you. I just want to, and then I'll stop, and I'm sure other people have questions, but I guess my comment is centered around there was a fare increase in 2012. There was a Title VI finding, which is we're following the process, right, of what the federal government wants us to do. And I'm sure that there was a mitigation plan in place because of the findings. That's my assumption. And so between 2012 and now, I guess, how did we measure those mitigation impacts? Because what I'm hearing, again, is that 10 years later, 12 years later, we are still trying to get people into the low-income fare program. We are still trying to mitigate, the disparate outcomes of fare increases.
So what I would say is, from my understanding, the only mitigation I saw, and it wasn't clear that it was actually from that 2012, I think it was more attached to the orange line, but I think it was back then, maybe 2013, the board approved a $1 million grant program, which we have expanded. That's where I think Access Transit began. Now that program consists of about $3 million in direct grants to 150 nonprofits who then can provide those grants in the form of free fares to riders. So when you hear of a rider, that gap, there are $3 million worth of grant resources. Since that time, we're probably closer to $4.5 million in free grants and or reduced grants. So but I would say that's more 5 years ago when we did the e-fare and moved to HOP system, those were when a lot of those mitigations came out. So to me, I wouldn't, when you were talking about like the registration, to give you context, our reduced fare program is very much like King County and Seattle's Orca Lift program. After 5 years in a much larger catchment, they only had 65,000 people signed up. So for us to have 50,000 in a community like a third the size is pretty good, but we're not satisfied and we want to get that word out. So we feel really good about progress. And especially when you realize 2 years of the last 5 collapsed and there wasn't a social service network of providers to connect with. But as they've rebuilt, we're ready now to even get even more enrollments and have even more folks benefit from this reduced fare program.
Thank you. I think my last statement here is is, the fare increase is on the table. We're going to be, potentially going through with it, voting on it next month. And yet, we still have mitigation, plans, right, to make sure that folks are aware of the low-income program. I kind of want to see just us doing the low-income program do a stellar job of that first before thinking about a current increase to fares. Because I get what you're saying. I think we are trying our best, right, to make sure that folks who qualify know about the low-income program, they have access, they can get in. But what I'm hearing for the last couple of years is that that is still very much a struggle. Like, we still need to have people being enrolled in this program. So I'm all for getting as many people as we can into low-income fare program, and then seeing the success of that program be like at 100% to whatever goals that we set first. So
Yeah.
that's just my comment.
No, and that makes perfect sense. I just want to say that I do not think it's a struggle for folks to get into the program. During the pandemic, we moved to online so people can self-assess and self-attest to get eligible. We'll send them a card in the mail. I do think there's an awareness issue as related to a lot of subsidy programs, whether it's Oregon Health Plan or those sort of things. So there's a lot of opportunity for growth. So I would agree with you there, Director Way.
Yeah, there is an education and awareness gap because we did the open houses to 100 or so community-based organizations. We received a TIAC report about just the fare proposal, but also awareness of the low-income fare program, and community-based organizations were still struggling with accessing to that low-income fare program. So I do want to push back a little bit on that comment.
Thank you.
Well, and also the federal income level to qualify has, the income level has risen, so more people will qualify now than did in the past.
Yep.
when
So
the
a lot more
program
opportunity to
started.
engage people.
Yes,
I agree.
Yes. Director Gonzalez, followed by Director Bauman.
Thank you, President Simmons. Thank you for the presentation, and I really appreciate you working through this process to thread the needle, as you put it. I appreciate a lot of the emphasis that we've had today on the different type of subsidy programs that exist, and I'm glad to hear that we are going to double down on our efforts to ensure that those subsidy programs are communicated and well utilized for all of those that qualify. And I want to extend a gratitude to our community-based organizations that have partnered with us to help get the word out. But I'd like to shift focus briefly for those that are kind of that fit into that missing middle category, because there are several folks that make a little bit more than is necessary to qualify for low-income fare, but not enough to be out of the woods and can be severely impacted. And we've heard from some today. There's many that would, I think, fall into the transit-dependent category, but not necessarily qualify for low income. So I just wanted to clarify for those that are unable to qualify for a subsidy program currently. Within our current mitigations, is it true then that if I am a transit-dependent rider who does not qualify, your mitigation will not increase my cap each month? So I'm still paying the same amount, I'm just getting there in less rides?
That's correct. So if you're an adult paying the $100 adult monthly pass, 2 years from now, it's still going to be $100. It'll just take you less rides to get to the fare cap.
Thank you.
Director Bauman.
Yes, a comment and then a question. I do want to be sure the record is clear. The low-income fare was not a mitigation when the last fare increase occurred. It was adopted just 5 or so years ago. So
did not exist, correct.
So it's a newer program. One of the individuals who testified this morning talked about honored citizen status for veterans and active service military, and your slide 10 refers to veterans. Can you talk about that?
Yeah, so one of the things Director Way mentioned this morning is something we're really excited to, which is the Launch This Fare Subsidy Work Group, because we do believe there are more resources outside of the agency that can be used to buy down the cost of fares for our most vulnerable riders, whether it's the Department of Veterans Affairs, Medicaid, Medicare, Voc Rehab. We think there are other resources out there that we need to bring in to make sure our community is aware of. We're having conversations with the Department of Human Services and others, but we want to do this in hand with the community so they can see what we see, and then we can partner and figure out how to bring those resources to bear for the riders who need them or could benefit.
And I guess I'll just jump in and say the community that I'm very familiar with is the community of people experiencing intellectual and developmental disabilities. And the members of the board might not be aware that for people who receive DD services, Medicaid does pay for bus passes for those individuals. So there's a group who does receive quite a substantial mitigation.
Yeah. And to your point, I think a lot of people don't realize that they qualify for those resources, so that will be part of the outcome as well.
Great.
Director Kim.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. Thank you for the hard work this past while, couple of years, a year. I think we heard clearly today that we knew this, but we also heard today, this morning, that a fair increase would impact the lowest income members of our community. So we've addressed this multiple times today, but I think one of the action items for us would be truly to double down, I sound like a broken record, but to ensure that the most vulnerable members of our community can fully utilize our low-income program, but also all of the proposed mitigations. So practically, these proposed mitigations are so helpful. So practically, I want to ask the staff, Sam, and the marketing team to really make the forthcoming awareness campaign for this reduced program a successful one. Personally, as an immigrant who moved to the States when I was 13 and have been transit dependent and undocumented for over a decade, and so my childhood household income of family of 5 was $26,000 annually. So as daily riders, my parents, taking the Blue Line every day to Gresham, they didn't know about any programs that were available to them. There was a language barrier and so forth. And also my siblings who are learning English and whatnot also didn't know about any programs either. So let's make sure that doesn't happen to our families. And I submit to the current board members and as well as practically forthcoming future board members as well who are not here, that we actively revisit and establish our long-term revenue development strategy so that we can double down on identifying new or increased operating revenue resource. And relatedly, because this topic came up multiple times today, I too want to see a fareless transit. So let us, board members, support the work of TIAC Fare Exploration Committee to see how we can get there sustainably. Specifically, per the earlier comment I believe from a PSU economics professor, I would like us to see a hypothetical model to an addition of two-tier payroll tax idea of 1% at 200K and additional 1% at 400K annual income. And begin to socialize such an idea with regional elected leaders so they can also work with their constituents and help us, TriMet, to continue to provide our mobility solution to this region. And as for another immediate thought on this fare adjustment proposal, as a board director, a fiduciary of TriMet, I want to prevent TriMet from becoming an unsupported transit system. In addition to our choice riders, transit-dependent riders rely on us 24/7, so we must ensure that TriMet continues to be a financially solvent mobility solution provider to continue to be a reliable resource to this community. While I also think about this past decade, while this board particularly had delayed fare adjustments for over a decade, I think that can has been kicked long enough, and I'm deeply saddened that we've come to this unfortunate and also heartbreaking consideration. So those are some of my immediate thoughts on this proposal. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to now open up the public hearing on Ordinance 374, and we have 7 individuals who have signed up to provide testimony. The first, and I'm going to ask 2 people to come up at a time who didn't testify previously. So Patricia Kohlberg and oh, she did? Oh. Did Jacob Espers? That's yours, okay. And then Paxton Rothwell?
How much time do we have?
Pardon me?
How much time do we have for testimony?
Oh, 3 minutes.
Thank you.
See, there's fewer of you.
Mm-hmm. Hello, President Simmons and TriMet Board. My name is Jacob Appenis. I am 24 years old and I volunteer with Sunrise PDX and 350 PDX. I'm here today to speak against the proposed fare increase detailed in Ordinance Number 374. I guess as like an aside, I had a whole speech, but there was a lot of talk about equity just a second ago, but we can do a lot of good decisions to build equity while also making bad decisions for equity, and this inherent rate increase is inequitable. If we've seen for like a decade that we haven't been able to get enough people to have a TriMet card to deal with the like fare cap, then we're going to continue to increase fares for people that do not have a hop card, do not have cap increases. It's still inherently inequitable. So my own comment, I'll go back to my own speech. So if it's not clear already, a fare increase lacks equity. It will harm the environment through decreased ridership and will increase traffic and traffic deaths throughout Portland. It will also not adequately increase TriMet revenue, the stated goal of this ordinance. There are better funding alternatives that would help build a sustainable, effective, and affordable transit system. An increase in the payroll tax or funding from PBOT, ODOT, and even the City of Portland are all examples to accrue the sustainable revenue. We should take a moment to appreciate those who came out to this board meeting to give public comment, to perform their civic duty, and to help inform all of us about the harms that a TriMet fare increase would cause. The board should work to uplift these voices by giving everyone adequate time to testify. I may be naive, but I imagine that it's rare for a board meeting to be this full. I imagine it's rare for TriMet to have an opportunity to directly hear from so many of us. Allowing 2 or 3 minutes of testimony will better inform your decisions as a board member while not silencing us. That's also in the schedule, not even 1 minute, 2 to 3 minutes. If that causes future board meetings to go over time, that's okay. These monthly meetings are full of information. They're full of things that should be shared and discussed. We shouldn't be cutting discussions short on the decisions that impact all of us, especially in meetings that occur so infrequently. Rarely will there be enough testimony to pass 45 minutes, but when there is an abundant testimony, I implore the board to extend public comment periods for those specific meetings. It's time to listen. Don't increase fares. Thank you.
Good afternoon, board members. My name is Paxton Rothwell. I live in Northeast Portland, and for the last 9 months, I've been using TriMet lines 6 and 14 to commute to and from work each day. It takes 50 minutes round trip. It would take 20 minutes in a car if I could afford one, but I can't. I want to remind you all that there were 40 folks here this morning that were calling on you to push for a fareless system, and I'm one of those folks as well. Cost have increased for everyone in the past 2 years, and I acknowledge that TriMet is facing financial difficulties like all of us are, but raising the fare is not the answer, especially true given that only a small percent of your revenue actually comes from fare box collections. Would-be riders that I know aren't taking transit because they perceive using their cars as cheaper when it's actually not. Collecting fare also delays bus trips, something I know you all want to decrease. It's something I see each day. It's something the students I work with at Franklin High School see each day, and it has to stop. Expanding public transit and making it fareless is a climate solution as well. TriMet has the power to build a better world where people take transit every day to do just common things like I do. They can take transit instead of defaulting to the cars that they perceive as inexpensive to operate, but are actually detrimental to the built environment that we all live in. And you can start doing this by going fareless while maintaining your current operations. I want to remind you that the money is there to fund operations. The state has a bunch of money. Tomorrow, the Oregon legislature is going to consider House Bill 2098, which would give ODOT $1 billion, that's 1 with 9 zeros, from the state general fund, which could be used for anything, including TriMet's operations, to finance climate-destroying freeway expansions, something that is opposite of transit users. Drivers or transit. We need people to be on transit is what I'm trying to say here. And I want to remind you that it's free to use your car on freeways and park on city streets throughout the metro area. Transit is subsidized for drivers, but not for people who actually rely on public transit. Transportation should be subsidized for us who want to be on the bus together and build a vibrant community. And I've noticed you talked a lot about mitigation, and also that you mentioned that this might not be reaching community members who actually need it. I know myself, when I got my Honored Citizen card last summer, I didn't know you could get it mailed to you. I had to go downtown to the only location where you could get a photo taken in Pioneer Courthouse Square. That is not accessible for most of your transit riders. Wouldn't it be just simpler to have a fareless system altogether? You need to seize the moment and listen to the public who showed up for you today. Ask for the funding for your financial shortfalls elsewhere. You need to rely on the data that other regions have used to make the case that an expanded and fareless TriMet system will increase ridership, reduce congestion, take financial burden off of struggling communities, reduce greenhouse gas emissions, and make the Portland metro area a safer and more pleasant place to live in. Don't increase fare today and push for fareless transit tomorrow. Thank you.
Avery Temple and Laura Feldman. If you're not here, that's fine. Aaron Golub and Jade Paul. Okay. And are you Jade?
Also, I'm wondering if we can fix the live stream. Are we still being live streamed? Or is that what folks are seeing? Thank you. Okay, good afternoon, board members and chair. My name is Erin Golub, and I live in Southeast Portland, District 4, where I often ride the 2 and the 9 for my commute into downtown. I'm a professor of urban studies and planning at PSU and on the board of Opal Environmental Justice Oregon. I wish to comment on the fare increase proposal. I think we could get into the weeds and seriously question whether leveraging this small revenue stream, your fare box revenues, to close the operations funding gap makes the most sense. I want to instead highlight the unique and powerful position you as a rate-setting board hold over the spending demands of tens of thousands of households in the region, including some of the lowest income households in the region. So much of the households' budgets are shaped by market forces, the shifting supply chains and markets for food, clothing, rent, and other expenses. Very little of household budgets benefit from the stability of being set by rate-setting boards or policies. In the midst of explosive inflation of costs for many household necessities, you have this unique power to hold unchanged this part of the household budget. With rents and food prices now significantly higher than they were several years ago, household budgets are now under pressure. Many are relying increasingly on credit and debt to manage. You have the unique power to hold constant this portion of the budget of thousands of regions of households. Additionally, the flip side of inflation is the Federal Reserve's efforts to reduce inflation with high interest rates, which means that you are experiencing significant earnings from your cash and investments, significantly more than what this fare increase will generate. Again, I urge you to not increase fares at this time. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Alrighty, hi. Hi, TriMet Board of Directors. My name is Jade, and I'm here representing Opal Environmental Justice Oregon, as well as the Social Work Department at Portland State University. I am here in opposition of your proposed fare increase. I am a daily TriMet user, as I am transit dependent. I am here to ask who on the board is a daily TriMet user and is transit dependent, meaning every single trip to the grocery store, to hospital visits, to visit our families, and to get outside. I am frustrated that those making this decision are not the ones most impacted by this decision. Your positions are appointed, not democratically elected, and your public process is restrictive, leaving TriMet users left unheard. We are unheard. This decision will impact the most marginalized in our community disproportionately, in your community. The decision to further increase inequity in our community right now lies in your hands. You are choosing to put this burden on the most marginalized in our community. It is possible to not increase our fare. Other cities around the country are already offer fareless transit, with more following suit. This is a turning point for TriMet and for Portland in general. A city with a progressive stereotype that's moving forward with a regressive decision without exploring alternatives. Only 7% of your budget comes from fare collection. If you explored other options, such as diverting funds from fare enforcement efforts or changing the income tax TriMet receives from a proportional to a progressive tax, this 7% could easily be met in a different way different than on the backs of the most marginalized in your community. If you want to decrease ridership, let more fossil fuels be released into our environment, and a worsening in public opinion of TriMet and public transit as a whole, vote yes for this fare increase. If you want to widen the pervasive inequity in our community, vote yes for this fare increase. If you listen to your riders, the most vulnerable in our community, vote no. TriMet riders feel unheard and powerless in this decision-making process. There are unexplored funding alternatives. It is possible to avoid this fare increase. The most marginalized in our community will be disproportionately affected by this fare increase. Please, vote no to a fare increase. Listen to us, listen to all of us, listen to your riders. Do not put this burden on those who struggle the most.
Thank you. Those are the last individuals who've asked to speak, and so I'm going to close the public hearing on 374. And as there's no other business to come before the board, I'm going to adjourn our board meeting, and our next regularly scheduled board meeting is Wednesday, May 24th at the University of Oregon building further downtown. There's no briefing today, so I hope everyone has a good rest of your day.
Thank you.
Good work now.